not have a manifesto. He had a manifesto. Mr. Tinubu was going to live telling us that he will follow the footsteps of Muhammadu Buhari, that he will continue the legacies of Muhammadu Buhari. And those were evil legacies. Those were legacies of large-scale corruption, legacies of nepotism, legacies of hate, spreading hate. So he did have a manifesto, and that manifesto is directly what he's implementing now. He's building on those corrupt legacies. Corruption has gone haywire. Nepotism has not gone to the level whereby the CJ of the country nominates his entire families who are law professionals into virtually everything in the Supreme Court or in the judiciary. So he has built on Mr. Buhari's legacy. Now, those were evil legacies, that's what we're talking. With regards to Mr. P2B went a great deal. He went and explained, gave details. And he will always tell you, go and verify. He was very practical. So he also had his own manifesto. And I guess that was why so many people keyed in. Nigerians keyed in because what they saw was not just what he was saying, but what he had lived through, his antecedents, what he did as governor of Anambra State. People saw it. And it's okay, if this is a man who can, as governor, he will not have all those hordes of aides messing around him to escort him to the plane and whatever. Perhaps, and we're in an era where we need to cut down the cost of governance, perhaps this is the kind of person we need. So he was very emphatic. And also Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar also had very clear manifesto based on what he did when he was vice president. And one good thing about him was that he had the reach. He was one who had the reach across the country. So his legacy was, yes, I have done it before. I have, his manifesto was, I have done it before. And I have good friends across the country. So Nigerians had a very clear picture of what was before them, and they made a choice. Unfortunately, like the last speaker said, the master criminal who is Mahmoud Yakubu and his cohorts next of the desires of Nigerians. But they did sell out their manifestos very effectively. Nigerians made a choice based on those manifestos. Now, whether the choice Nigerians made translated into the outcome of elections is another matter entirely. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's another matter entirely. Thank you, sir. I don't know, Mr. Danjuma Sali, are you there? Your school of thought on this particular issue? The candidates, the messages they sent out during the election, do you think they really sent it out? Mr. Danjuma Sali, what's your take, sir? You're muted, sir. I think we can't still get him. Okay, let's look at the strengths of the candidate. Mr. Savior Ekwe, I don't know, looking at the three candidates, Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi. Peter Obi, according to most opinion polls, he was actually leading in the race. If that could actually transmit into real vote, like like Barrister said, we had a problem with that when it comes to the electoral umpire. What do you think about the chances of the candidates in terms of their strengths? What do you think of the candidates nationwide? Mr. Savior, sir. Mr. Savior, are you there?
With you. I'm with you.
Okay, the strength of the candidates is nationwide. What do you think were their strength in terms of regional, in terms of issues and where they were coming from?
Yes, and let me start with my principal, whom I believe in. Peter Obi had the widespread of acceptance. Why? Because if you look at solidarity support, if you look at those that were behind him, if you look at the campaign trend, if you look at the groups that were coming in for his support, and then you look at even the 1 million man marches around across the country, you now discover that it was a clear, unbiased, very sincere support that Peter Obi had. And these are people that were coming en masse, spending their own money. You know, in Nigerian politics, the candidate that will spend money on the electorate. But this one, the reverse was the case, where the electorate were spending their money in support of the candidates in order to emerge, because everybody actually was tired of the situation in the country. So we had a support based. I may term it as unsolicited support base. Now, let me keep that one for now. And then let's look at Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso, yes, it's true. He had some supporters across the country, but not thick. His core supporters were in the north, particularly Kano State, where he ruled for 8 years. Now, that is where, if you look at the trend of the present leaders in Kano, majority are of the NNPP. Now, his strength was there. That was his strength, his power base. But other countries, we had few support in other parts of the country. It's true, he had some few loyalists, but it was not so much that he could win an election in Nigeria. Now, let's look at Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is true, he happened to be the power that be, the sitting government, as it were. Now, given that fact, they have enough structure across the country. But those structures, by my own assessment as a journalist, I discovered that most of those people were bearing name of APC, but with strong alliance. Some of them, they came in surreptitiously in support of Peter. That's what we have seen. That's what we saw. That's why when the election went otherwise, people were disappointed and surprised. So he actually had Bola Ahmed Tinubu actually had the structure, but he did not have the supporters because of the gain.
Yes. If I can cut your people there, most people actually think that Bola Ahmed Tinubu actually had the strength of the state, of the government on his side. That's why he could pull off what he pulled through.
No,
I don't know if you can remember, he actually declared his intention to run for president inside the Ashudog Villa. Remember, early January last year, he actually went to the presidential villa to visit the then President Buhari. And at the chamber of the State House, he declared his intention to run for president. So I actually feel that the instrumentality of the state was what actually helped him to become president. Is that what you think? That is school of thought, sir?
No, not at all. Else, Jonathan would have won. I have been, during the election, as a journalist, I had the privilege of going around the entire state, my state here, So I saw and I knew that there were lots of APC people that actually voted Labour Party because of the man in question. But they were carrying the card of APC. So they knew that things could not go well with the structure which they were. So I cannot follow because if you look at it does without any inducement. It did not induce anybody. Personally, I normally given my profession, I don't vote. I don't vote. But I decided that I will vote. My family will vote. My supporters will vote. I had to cut of my trips to other government in monitoring of the election to make sure that I voted.
Okay. So because of time, Mr. Silvio, I'll need to cut you short because we have just limited time. But Barrister Eluche, let's come to you just before we round up and go to the audience. The obedient movement was phenomenal. If there was anything that was exciting about this election, is the fact that there was this group of people who seemed to break from the norm, mostly youths, who just wanted a candidate that was not part of the establishment, somebody unique, somebody they felt would actually give them hope. What do you think generally about the obedient movement and its role in the candidature of Mr. Peter Obi? Open to the audience.
Well, okay. Before I respond to that question, let me just talk about supporters base a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
Mr. Tinubu had the supporters base of INEC and the security infrastructure. So, I mean, that was what bamboozled him into office. Because INEC did the announcement, despite the laws not being met, and the security also backed it up with necessary force of power. With regards to the obedient movement, it was a very unique social movement in the country. I mean, it was unique. It cut across ethnic, religious, political party divides. And what happened was Nigerians again showed that we are one, that we have shared and common values, which we appreciate. The values or the virtues of being prudent, the virtues of not being over flamboyant, the virtues of being able to have accountability. That was what the obedient movement was about. Most people who are in the obedient movement didn't even meet or didn't ever meet Mr. Pito. But when they heard what this man had been doing and how the kind of person he is, so they fell in love with the possibility of change. That is what crystallized into the obedient movement, which was a very unique social bandwagon, had a social bandwagon effect in the country. But my worry with that movement now is this. Having approached and reached, even surpassed its crescendo, I mean, because the nationwide turnout of youths and voters was massive. And then they didn't still actualize their goal. What will, I mean, they could have if Mr. B had done the needful immediately after the elections, because these people were ready to put a stop to this nonsense. But there was fear that there will be social upheaval, social unrest. But for God's sake, what are we having in Nigeria now? It is worse than social upheavals, worse than because people are dying out of hunger. So I mean, so that group, that youth that still came out for the obedient movement, what will now convince them again to come out next time at the elections and then to vote for somebody who they think is right, who may not have the willingness to go all the hog? Because it requires that willingness to say, you damn the consequences. You have lived a good life. You have lived your life. Because at the age Mr. Peter B was, I don't know what else he was afraid of. I mean, I don't know what else he was afraid of. That was the same thing that happened to Mr. MK Abiola. Abiola knew that after the elections, if he entered that route, he will enter, I mean, by declaring himself the winner, then there will be consequences. And he took that route, and unfortunately, it didn't work out because he died in the process. But we got to that stage in this country. And again, for fear of social unrest and whatever, I mean, the person that was actually the instrument in whom Nigerians had deposited the trust reneged. That is the reality. There was a renege because the youths were there just waiting for direction. But somehow it just didn't work that way. And then that is the trust. That is what needs to be built now. Because the issue is not, are you ready to vote for change? The issue is when we vote for that change, will the person in whom they have deposited that trust be willing to say, look, enough is enough? And not say, okay, let us go to the court and look. What are you going to look at the court? Which court? Is it the court that has the CJ that the one we have now? Or the court of appeal that talks a lot of, I'm a lawyer for 35 years experience. A lot of the judgments during this appeal processes was absolute nonsense.
Okay, sir. Okay. Before we go, I think we need to go to the comment section. If you have any question to ask or any comments to make in the comment section, we'll just take about 2 or 3 comments. Because our time is up. Mr. Femi, please go ahead with your comment or your question. Let's hear from. Okay, Barrister Luce, before you go to that, let's hear from Mr. Danjuma Sali. Are you there? Okay, I think it's still off. Mr. Savior Ekpe, what's your response, sir? Over to Barrister Luce. Mr. Savior. Okay, Barrister Luce, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, like what I said, we have somebody who was imposed, foisted on Nigerians, and what can we do? And some say there is no need to take to the streets. At this instance, that is what must be done. There is need to take to the streets and tell these rascals that there must be a stop to this nonsense of imposition of candidates. The fear has always been that there will be much death, there will be much destruction. But come on, what is going on now? I mean, we don't realize that with the spiraling cost of medications, hundreds of thousands of Nigerians are dying on a daily basis that perhaps would not have died if the people had gone to the street. There would have been some casualties. But then we'll put a stop to the nonsense. But then when we keep on saying that, yes, it's already done and we should all relax, 2027, guess what? 2027 will be far, far worse than 2023 because at the rate Mr. Tinubu is going, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, if he let me land. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Tinubu brings out his son to be the INEC chairman. The law allows it. And we'll go to the polls and say, no, let us not upturn the policy. We have to realize that, look, if we don't take our destiny in our own hands, if we don't put a stop to this nonsense, it will keep on getting worse. And once you have that realization, you will know that those who get away with these coups, with this slaughter of Nigerians by taking away our mandate, which was deposited in somebody else, will continue to do it. But when they realize that, look, Nigerians are ready, and not just, we're not going to listen to anybody who says, take it easy, let's go to the court. Which court? The courts are useless. The courts that can't tell us the meaning of and. The courts that can't tell us the meaning of clear words in the Nigerian constitution. The courts that have lost faith. The courts that are populated by billionaires. Judges, several of those judges in the Supreme Court are billionaires. How do you become a billionaire if you don't steal? But one of them who was just sworn in, if you look at the judge's house, you think it's a drug baron's house. So is that a court that when we vote next time, the person that is given the mandate of who will now say, let us take it, let's go to court. Now, if such a person is intending to come out, let him forget it. Let him forget coming out for the polls. If you're not ready to put a stop to this, let us know that they will just do a handover and there will be no voting. You can't bring people to the streets, give them hope, and then at the last minute, go back to where? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I actually also pray that we will have a very fair primary process in the parties in the country, because that's actually where these candidates are actually sift out and fronted as presidential candidates. So let's hear from Akko Christian from Niger. Akko Christian,
sorry, please avoid saying let us pray. Please, avoid saying let us pray, because those who are even causing this. Those who are causing these problems, they have many of our men of God who are praying on their behalf, far more than you are doing. So God in His infinite wisdom has infused in us the capacity to demand of justice. Yes.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Akko Christian, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Christian. You're audible, sir. Go ahead.
I love the last speaker. I love his position. This is what we have been hearing, because I've always said it. Being gentle with this current dispensation will not lead us anywhere. We would have taken the chance. As a matter of fact, they were scared while they were pronouncing the judgment, but they came outside and they found very scanty population. Then they saw that the number was less than 100. So they knew they could do anything and get away with it. Okay, I woke up this morning and just found out that Keyamo made a statement that the masses should understand that it's INEC that have the final say. What is he trying to say? So the masses can go about to vote whoever they want, but the INEC will decide to pronounce whoever they wish to. That is what it means by that. So it's not all about the credible candidate that wins. We all know Peter Obi won the election, but he was deprived. We thought we had a court process that works. We had followed the process diligently to Supreme Court. It did not yield any results. So you don't expect an illegitimate government to give you legitimacy through the court in 2027. It will never work. So we need that candidate now that will come and convince Nigerians. It's not about going about, it's good, charity is good, but then if there is good government, there will be no need for charity. That's the position. If there is good government in place, there will be no need for IDPs. So we need a candidate this time around that will come and convince us. And we will go into an undertaking that, yes, come rain, come shine, I will be in the front to lead you out if the need arises. So that is the position. I'm very glad to be part of this discussion this morning. And it really, really makes my heart so glad this morning. So that's the position. The obedient movement, money cannot buy the obedient movement. Because the point you feel maybe you are tired, somebody is already warming up to do better than what you have been doing. So the obedient movement is organic, it's on standby, it has been working since election up to date. It has remained and it keeps expanding. So even like the speaker said, there are even APC supporters that voted for Peter Obi.
Round up, Mr. Christian.
So the point remains that Mr. Peter Obi need to convince us. In short, the idea of peace accord should be written off. We don't need any peace accord. Yes, people are right. We don't need any peace accord, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Okay, your comment, Barrister Eluche, before we round up, because our time is up.
Well, my comment is that we should, towards the next elections, we must tell whoever will be the candidate supporting that all these trips to London, to Chatham House, must stop. Such nonsensical trips must stop, because we have realized now that even the British are not even interested in the well-being of Nigeria. If you recollect, soon after that elections, the then British High Commission, Mrs. Catherine Liang, or whatever her name is, had the temerity to come out and say Nigerians should be proud of that election. I told her online that she was stupid to have made that comment, because even the British can't take such nonsense. Yeah. So any trips, because when the election is for Nigeria, on Nigerian soil, there is absolutely no need for any of the candidates to travel out of this country to reach out to Chatham House or whoever. Yes, because of the very large diaspora community we have, communities we have in Nigeria, of Nigerians across the world. Yes, candidates can reach out to the Nigerian communities in the US, UK, wherever, but not to approach governmental institutions. In fact, the moment I saw Mr. Peter Obi go into 10 Downing Street, I knew it was all over. You know why I said that? Because in 10 Downing Street, they will look at him, look at the kind of ideas he has. The idea that, okay, you will stop Nigerian professionals from traveling to Europe, you will cut down on corruption of money going to Europe, to Britain. Come on, when they those two languages alone, those two ideas that you bring cut down Nigerian professionals traveling to UK, and that you stop Nigerian stolen funds going to UK, is enough for the British government to ensure that you don't become the president of Nigeria. Can you imagine 25% of Nigerian medical personnel in the UK coming back home to Nigeria? The entire British medical system will collapse. So why are you going there to market your ideas? We have to be realistic. Look, why we have to be realistic on this issue is this. We have taken it too soft for too long. I know how many people around me have died because they could not afford the cost of ampiclox. They could not afford the cost of inhaler. It's not, I'm not going to die soon because I can do those, I can afford those. But the reality is, many Nigerians are dying out of the wickedness and maladministration of this Tinubu administration. So anybody who tells us 2027 that some people are going to die if you say you want to go to the streets, that person is a joker. Because already thousands are dying. And you saw what happened at the rice distribution in Lagos. People were just dying over 25 kg bags of rice. Is that what the country want to buy?
Thank you,
And it's going to get worse.
Thank you.
It's going to get worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I want to thank you especially for joining this program as we conclude. I also thank Mr. Silvio Ekpe and Dr. Danjuma Saleh. I think he sent a message on the comment section that he was having serious problems with his network. So I want to thank everyone for joining this program. Our program continues with my next host, Mr. Rampam, on the topic INEC election rigging and technical issues. So I want you to stay tuned as he joins us shortly. But meanwhile, we have some people who took part in our video competition. They made comments. They sent in their video entries for comments about the last election. And we are looking out for you people out there to watch their videos and vote for them. Because the video with the highest engagement today will win some good prizes at the end of the day. So before the next program comes up, which is going to be on INEC, the election rigging, and the so-called technical hitches that INEC claimed to have taken place. Before that event, I want you to stay tuned anyway and watch this particular video from the contestant. From me right now, it's goodbye. Thank you for joining.
The February 25th electoral cycle translates into 24 years of uninterrupted electoral cycle, the longest in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation. In my own opinion, I would like to say that this election was the most anticipated election in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism amongst local and international observers that this election would come with more improvements than others.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I want to share my thoughts on what I feel about the Nigerian February 25th, 2023 presidential election. It is a critical time for our nation and these are the issues that needs our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old respectively.
My name is Dennis Ezechukwu Godwin. Now, following the outcome of the election, I would say that Nigeria still have a very long way to go in election matters.
To be sincere with ourselves, February 25th every year supposed to be an anniversary for this Nigeria. Every Nigerian knows say na February 25th 2023 na him our big men for this country carry their lie deceit and open thief take so smelly clothes wear am without shame dey waka for our country reach today.
Today I'm going to share my thoughts with you about the Nigerian 25th February 2023 presidential election. The former president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, and the National INEC chairman promised us Nigerians a good, incredible, transparent, free and fair election, which turned out to be our worst nightmare.
I'll be exploring the three prominent candidates, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Obedient of the Labour Party, Bola Ahmed Asiwaju Tinubu, Batified of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Articulated of the People's Democratic Party.
So what's an election? An election is a formal process where people choose individuals to hold public offices or decide on specific issues. And we're not going to be looking at the aspect of deciding on specific issues you're making decision. I'm going to be looking at the aspect of choosing individuals to hold public offices. Not talk about election. Eligible citizens, I'm not Nigeria, citizens from 18 years and above are the ones that are eligible to vote their representative.
It was an election that was so greatly anticipated by an average Nigerian with so much energy and hope that it's gonna be the only vital avenue for salvaging the situation of the nation.
Our president, they say there is nothing I can do. Oh. So me, there is nothing I can say. I will carry on. If I be close my see myself for Canada, but I collect more. Nah. I don't come back. This country knows. Right.
Two things were unprecedented about the 2023 general elections. First was the stout political rallies held by Nigerians across Nigeria even before electioneering campaigns kicked off. Second was the use of beavers. Nigerians were given repeated assurances that beavers would not falter, that beavers would work. Unfortunately, all these were rendered completely useless when the electoral body intentionally refused or failed to transmit results online.
This is the first DDM video competition. No glitches, no court cases, and definitely no human electoral empire. It is 100% transparent, free, fair, and credible. Why? Simple. Because the videos with the highest engagement on DDM YouTube, DDM Twitter, or DDM Facebook will win 100,000 naira each. That means good news. You can still participate and win the. Just pick up your more than 5 minutes. What I think about the February 25 presentations. Send your video via WhatsApp or Telegram to the number +234 708 750 7299. Winners will be announced on the 25th of February 2024. It is the first anniversary of the 2023 presidential elections. DDM. Check out your history and rewrite your destiny.
We are committed to ensuring that the 2023 general election is transparent and credible, reflecting the will of the Nigerian people. Let me once again reassure Nigerians that there is no going back on the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation.
Mr. Rampam.
Hello. Yes, good. Okay, I'm on screen. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this section of the DDM Diaspora Digital Media Telethon. And for this very segment, we are going to look at INEC, election rigging, and technical glitches. Now, when we look at INEC, we're looking at the process, the entire referee. It's like the almighty of the elections as being decided. They plan the entire thing. They supervise all primaries. INEC is also responsible for keeping printing materials, keeping them safe, make sure sensitive materials are delivered on time, also to ensure that the non-sensitive also get to their destinations on time. Among the responsibilities of the Independent and National Electoral Commission, INEC, is also to carry out free, fair, and credible elections, which, as we saw by the video that just went by, was promised by Professor Yakubu Mohammed, the INEC chairman, as at 2023 during the presidential elections. Well, you're welcome to this forum. I'm still looking out for my guests. They are yet to arrive. And Veteran Che, and of course, the great Imo Jonathan. However, while you are here, you are all our guests, and I would like to hear from you. Right from the room, I can see within us here have some very, very prominent speakers. In fact, I have an ocean of them. So I would like to probably invite a few of us to start the discussion and see how it goes from there. This program is actually to enable Nigeria to speak freely. It is non-partisan. It doesn't belong to APC, PDP, or Labour Party, or even and the Conquasias. Feel free to express yourself, and let's have fun while we're doing that. Femi, are you close by? And Dr. Moses Anongo, I would like to start with you. INEC. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is brilliant. Yes, I can see Pius Ebon. What's your take? We are looking, first of all, as INEC, as the empire of the election. Before we go
Yes,
into
thank you very much, Mr. Pam. It's a pleasure being with you this afternoon. I'm reaching out from Calabar, the capital city of Cross River State. Calabar is peaceful for now. I thank God.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
on this very topic of INEC, I know a lot of discussions have been going on concerning what to do with INEC, and I don't think there is a paucity of ideas what to do. To my own understanding, I think the electoral umpire in Nigeria, being INEC, is too bogus. The responsibility on INEC and their spread and power and authority makes INEC and whosoever the power to order the technical department of INEC to shut down, because that's what happened, to shut down the whole system. If it was a parallel organization, it would have needed another compromise from somewhere for that to have happened. So I believe going further, INEC should be unbundled. Now, the election that that was conducted in 2023, exactly a year away from now, had three enemies. The number one enemy was the INEC itself, the number which I have just spoken about. The number two enemy were the political parties. Some political parties were fully prepared to wreak havoc. That was why they were talking about structure. Some political parties that came out with good intention did not have structure. Honestly, when Labour Party said people are our structure, it is not true. It is not, because in Nigeria we have seen that you can win at the vote, but you don't win election. So some political parties did not have the structure that will see to the monitoring of the election from the beginning to the announcement. So that was going further. Political parties who put themselves forward should make sure that they have structure down to the grassroots to monitor and protect their own votes till the end.
Can you hold on a bit? Now, I would like you to look at INEC, the planning process and how they executed the presidential elections. Just give us flashlights on your assessment of INEC and how it carried out the February 25th presidential elections. Then we now come back to the solutions you're preferring.
Right, so my opinion, my thinking is that right from onset, INEC was compromised. All these appearances on the television and assurances were just, I don't even know how to describe them. It is visible that, look, from the beginning, lying for this set of people comes very naturally. They were compromised right from the beginning. They knew exactly what to do. So though they had the capacity to deliver, but they did not deliver, they didn't do it sincerely. It was, some people will say that this was the worst election in the history of Nigeria. Yes, it is. In one sense, it was the best election, in the sense that Nigerians came up. People were determined to come and vote. People like me, people like my mother who has never voted before, people were determined. So it could have been the best. But at the end of the day, the election management was so poor to the extent that so many people are disenfranchised. And people are not even saying that, look, we won't even come on again, because whatever we do, at the end of the day, we won't have, the vote of the people would not count. So the performance of INEC was very, very poor during 2023 election. That's how I can qualify it, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pius. Now, I've seen within our guests, Mr. Moses Ondongo is from Benue State, and probably wants to add one or two things. Mr. Ondongo, you have been very, very powerful within the political sphere in Benue State. We know of your mobilization strategies. We have also heard of how you've tried to actually make sure people come out to participate in elections. Now, what is your assessment of INEC concerning the 2023 February elections? Mr. Moses Ondongo, are you there? Doctor.
Yes, the National Chairman Rampam Junior, I thank you very much. I thank the organizers precisely and our guest speakers here. Well, it's quite unfortunate. Before you talk about INEC, how did INEC come about? INEC is just an acronym, Independent National Electoral Commission. But before now, what used to be INEC in the history of Nigeria started as Electoral Commission of Nigeria, ECN, which was established in 1959. And at this time, it was headed by Ronald Edward Reed. Shortly after that, FEDECO came in. FEDECO was established in 1978, and that was the electoral umpire that conducted the election under General Olusegun Obasanjo, the first presidential election which brought Shehu Shagari into power as the first civilian president in this country. And there were a lot of changes, what we call metamorphosis. INEC was just the last verge of what came from National Electoral Commission. And so if I want to talk about assessment of INEC, I will take you a little back from the days of General Muhammadu Buhari, the days of Jigar Jonathan, before this present election umpires we're talking about. I think some of the best innovations that we had in INEC were under Professor Tahiru Jiga, irrespective of the fact that the announcement of Jonathan was equally done by him, and shortly after that, Jiga announced Buhari, and immediately after that, what we had was the appointment of this Mahmoud. Jiga transformed the election. What we have beavers today was the initiatives of Atahiru Jiga, and it was the first technology that was initiated to checkmate some electoral malpractices, especially proxy voting. And so during the days of Jiga, a particular community can just use one person to vote for hundreds of thousands of persons. And so it was very easy to manipulate election results. And so Jiga brought in the technology of preventing people from voting for others, but it didn't work. It didn't work until Yakubu came, and the National Assembly beckoned on him to bring up that technology and fine-tune it in such a manner that it would be a game changer, which he claimed. And so the issue of bimodal verification machine came. And so before the election, Yakubu gave us the hope that INEC was prepared to conduct credible election, one with two issues: the signing of the Election Amendment Act into law and the strengthening process in the area of technology that was aimed at preventing seriously the extent of proxy voting. And so many Nigerians were actually thinking that there is enough preparation with all that Yakubu informed us. But as a person, as an individual, I was never convinced, because I went through the history of Yakubu when Buhari brought him. I went through the series of elections he conducted, and I came to realize that the man had more number of inconclusive elections under his regime compared to the number of days that Atahiru Jiga sustained as the INEC chairman. So I started having problem with Yakubu. I knew that this issue of having conclusive elections in critical areas that the masses will want a candidate of their choice to win, he will suspend that election, and after that, the government will channel the entire security architecture to that particular area and circumvent the intentions of the masses. So I was not comfortable with Mahmoud. So all the promises he was giving, the game changer, the Electoral Act, and all sorts of promises, including the Chatham House promise he gave before the international community, I knew that this man would never do any reasonable thing. So starting from the deployment of election materials, I noticed some critical challenges, especially in Benue. How can you send in election materials and some sensitive materials that will record the final result of candidates were missing in strategic local government with high level of voters' strength. I noticed that. I complained to my people. I said, see, this man has started what he did across the country. He has started it in Benue. You're not careful. You know, we protested when the election materials landed in Benue. When we studied the sensitive materials and noticed that some of the from ECAE were missing. That was when we were alarmed. But luckily enough, that matter was addressed immediately. But we started noticing problem. And that what happened in Benue was not only peculiar to Benue, it was peculiar to other states. It wasn't only in Benue. And in some states that were not aware of these things, they never thought it wise that already Yakubu was on a mission to accomplish what the status quo had laid before him. So when you want to assess INEC, I will first tell you that for me, the assessment, the score sheet I will give for INEC from the beginning of Mahmoud's tenure to what happened during the 2023 presidential election, I wasn't surprised. I was not disappointed. I knew it was going to that stage. And I knew that the issue of judiciary was not even an option. Because in this country, we can't talk of a judiciary. Where is it? Which law do they interpret? I don't think we need to be disappointed. But let me tell you, the problem of this country in terms of elections started with Buhari. If you want to blame Yakubu, you just blame Yakubu. I call him a villain, a circumstantial villain. And I think what we're passing through today will judge this man and his generation. But for Buhari to have appointed this man, having read his credentials, this has been a dubious individual. That is why in all my reference to him, I can't call him professor. Is he a professor of criminality or what? A professor of what? A professor who cannot see the future of a country? A professor who cannot see that a country is heading to anarchy and doom and will still go ahead and do what the masses say no? The Nigerian masses went out and voted. A common sense human being would say that the extent of voter apathy we have witnessed in this country before now, and what people have turned out to get their PVCs prepared on the election day, they went out, voted under heavy sun. No, we need to think what these people are going through. Let us use our conscience to judge the future of this country. And this man all these things and went ahead and announced this kind of result.
Dr. Moses Anongo, you never disappoint. You're always opening fire and being frank on the issues. Yes, you brought up a very key issue there. The background of actually the head of INEC himself, and also you talked a bit about the materials, how they were. Sensitive, non-sensitive, were they actually clean and tidy? Or were they already tempered with before the time? Now, I can see Miles in the audience, and also a Professor Ken Ozoili. So before I come to you, Professor Ken, on actually INEC's conduct or announcement procedure of the results, let me go to Miles Teye Jack, if you are there. Miles, from your observation of the elections, because you are quite active, we saw your posts on various social media, assess INEC, give INEC a rating in terms of performance. Presidential elections. Miles Teye, are you there? Hello, Mr. Miles.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone in this forum. My chairman, like you have always will want to ask a question, a direct question to try to. Yeah. INEC, if you ask me, have will always do what they are asked. That is supposed to be a an organization that is independent, but like they have always given us a picture that is not independent. INEC have been an organization of presidency where they receive instructions from the leadership of the country to say, look, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. In fact, in so state, this is it's only in this our generation that I get to know that INEC presidency will tell INEC that is supposed to be independent, that we have interest in so state. So person of so political party must be made to go through, regardless of whoever put what in place or who qualifies or who has what credentials to emerge in any voting system. But presidency will use INEC, who are supposed to operate independent of anybody's opinion, and then clear a preferred candidate for them. INEC, if you ask me, they are not. It's a beautiful organization that is supposed to be independent, operate independent of anything. But what we have recently, and with regards to the past elections of our 2023 February elections, it's clear that with the proliferation of sensitive materials into quarters they are not supposed to get to before the day, and with the activities of the INEC officials on the electoral materials, like the ballots, where you have ballots already stamped, ballot results already uploaded into the beavers, like you have the issues of the portals, two portals that we know, the one, in fact, three, the reading machines, the card machines that upload, that receive the information from the voting points and then send them through the machine to the first portal that receive before translating to the residual portal, which gathers everything. You know, the compromisation of the portals, where the first portal, the second portal was shut down, such that it will not be able to translate whatever the machines receive from the voting points into the residual portal. That one alone tells that something is wrong, and whatever comes out will certainly be a wrong information. It will just be left at whatever the INEC will translate to Nigerians. First of all, I remember before the election period, a previous year, the Professor Mahmoud Yakubu kept telling Nigeria, he read a communique to Nigerians that we are going to transmit this to everyone, so that whatever transmits or whatever happens at the voting centers will be seen by Nigerians at every instance. One, that was not done. Two, at the peak of the elections, we saw a difference, a different thing entirely from what he said he's going to. So that from that moment, I knew that this elections has already been compromised, and we will only be left with results that they feel they want to tell us, and that is why we get to where we are today. Thank you.
In fact, the comment of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu that you just alluded to, in fact, I think we'll play it shortly after we have spoken with Professor Ken Ozoilu. Thank you very much, Miles. But Professor, in your opinion, was the presidential election rigged? And if so, who was responsible? 2023 presidential, was there rigging in any way? Hello, Professor Ken.
Yes, good afternoon all. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Speaking to you here from Abuja. I think that question is, I don't know, a moot one, because it is clear to the blind and clear to the lame, to anybody, that the will of the people was perverted. on many different levels, you know. Of course, in the past, we've had experiences of altering the will of the people, either by voter suppression, vote buying, or outright manipulation of results on many different levels. But I think that this one was special in the sense that for the first time, there was a lot of interest, there was a lot of participation, as one speaker, alluded to. People actually mobilized. At a point in time, we used to make fun and joke. If you don't have your PGC, not be my friend, or not come and marry my daughter, or something. That's how we make fun in Nigeria. Yeah. But there was a lot of there was a lot of interest. People actually went out to register. People mobilized. People voted, but their wish was subverted. I like to take exception to people who blame Nigerians and say they have voted their choice, they have made their choice, now they should get the consequences. I think that is very unfair. Everybody knows who the people's choice was. So, going forward, I think that what we should try to avoid is a situation where the spirit of the people will be broken, because that's the other component of the manifestation of this election. Many people are thinking, look, what is the point? But we know that this thing is possible, and it's going to be possible because of technology. You and I stay in our houses and conclude transactions in the bank, and not one thing to be there. Even when it is inconclusive, automatically it's either reversed or we'll find a way, and all these things are based on electronics. So what I'm saying is that we should not stop striving for a clean, transparent election backed by ICT, because it is possible and it can be achieved. A lot of things will have to go in, and that is why I'm happy to be part of this discussion, because it was not just INEC that was the problem. There were many levels in which people were subverted, and so a lot of activism needs to go in to be able to mobilize the things that we want to see take place subsequently, because the battle is not over until it's over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ken. I've said I would remain on you for expansion on who were the other elements responsible for the rigging. If you have a word or two on that, because the question has always been, no, INEC rigged the election. No, it was the political parties that rigged, or no, it was just a cabal, or every party. Who do you think was actually, who perpetrated most of the rigging? Are there any examples from your observation of the elections?
Well, not to go philosophical, but I've always said that the biggest threat to democracy in this country, at least that I know, is the politicians themselves. When the military were asked to go back to the barracks and speak between the greatest beneficiaries were the politicians. Because the biggest of democracy has not trickled down to the people, to the common man on the street. The biggest beneficiary was the politician. And today, the biggest threat to that system of governance is the politician. Okay, and it begins when, for instance, they weaponize poverty. You understand? There's a way in which a man is hungry and comes to him with 1,500. Money that he should have used to create opportunity for him to get gainful employment and all that. You take a fraction of it and share among them, and they receive that. It's the same thing with the security agencies. A lot of these vote buying took place in broad daylight. Those alterations were done. Security agencies there, the police were there, the civil defense, unfortunately, even our youth coppers were compromised, But this is just, if you try to pinpoint them one by one, you do not do justice. Because underneath, you see, there's a certain degree of undermining that has taken place. Such that a constable with a salary at 20, 30 naira, you offer him 100 naira for this, 100,000 for this. If he doesn't go, somebody will go. This is his mindset. You know, if he doesn't do it, a youth corps comes, he feels that he has this opportunity to blow, as it were. He has been selected for this duty, and his friends are telling him that they're paying people who play along those amount. You know, so there's a level in which the pervasive poverty, and the poverty, what created the poverty is still the maladministration by the politicians. So the corruption. It's the corruption that created this degree of poverty that we're wallowing. You know, so this is why I say that, you know, I mean, even with the INEC unofficial, everybody say Mahmoud Jega, Mahmoud Jega. Yes, but Jega was not there the following year. But there were results that were crashed and cancelled that are not exonerating the guy. I believe that he is comfortable, and I believe that box stops on his table, and I believe he promised and paid. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying that there is a system-wide pervasion, you know, of this undermining that took place, you know, and it's not just in one place. That's just what I'm trying to say. But I think that the solution lies technology. The world has gone much farther beyond what we are trying to do. I mean, imagine during that election, somebody was telling us they don't want BTC, used in their state because there was no network. You know, but the person goes there, he makes phone call that is based on the same ICT. He transfers money to people in the same village that is based on the same ICT, and so many things. You know, so it did not work because it was instructed not to work. It's as simple as if you don't want it to work. My people say that it's very difficult to wake up somebody who is pretending to be sleeping. It is actually sleeping, it can wake up. But if it's pretending to be sleeping, it is impossible to do. You know, so I think it is not work. Thank you very much, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kevin, please, if you are there, can you replay that Professor Mahmoud's declaration, that very firm declaration that beavers, will be used for live transmission. I want to use this to engage Joe Eze, and let's see whether, how it went with INEC, because after making such repeated affirmations that everything will be transmitted, the results would. Yeah, Kevin, are you there? Okay. Now, while Kevin is getting that ready, Mr. Joe Eze, we're looking at glitches. Mahmoud came out, announced results by 4 in the morning. Before then, the whole day was spent on INEC was able to transmit National Assembly results directly from the same Beavers machine. The Senate result was smooth. The House of Representatives result was smooth with the same machine. It's like your handset. You are able to call or send a message to A, B, and C, but you are not able to send a message to D. And it was a glitch. Is it that the D off his handset? Please, can you explain this very phenomenon? Joe Eze, are you there with regards to and assess INEC's honesty in this regard? Hello, Mr. Joe. Joe Eze, are you there? Okay, while Mr. Joe prepares to, if you are there, you can unmute your mic and say a word or two. Okay, while he is preparing, I think I'll come back to you, Femi. How was the feeling when elections were going on and we are having correspondence on TV monitoring, and then all of a sudden we gathered that House of Assembly, National Assembly results were smooth, but then presidential refused to go. How was the feeling on your part or from your own angle?
We are committed to ensuring that the 2023 general election is transparent and credible, reflecting the will of the Nigerian people. Let me once again reassure Nigerians that there is no going back on the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. There's no going back on the transmission of results on the INEC result viewing portal in real time on election day.
Can you hear that? Real-time election. Mm, mm. Hmm. Okay, Femi, exactly. Yeah. Mhm. Mm. Yeah, so what I'm saying here is the same beavers worked for state for elections, for the National Assembly elections. Both, no glitch. The same very machine, like the single one you're holding. So I don't think there was anything really wrong because Amazon has come to defend themselves. They have supplied to other countries that have performed, undertaken elections, and it was smooth. So is it actually the beavers or somebody who is in charge of the beavers was responsible? Because Nigerians need to have a closure on this. And it's like it's a recurrent decimal. You can decide to use beavers, you can decide to throw it away. What do you feel? That is beautiful, sir. Now, as we draw to the close of this segment, I'd like to pose a question to all of us, whether you're on YouTube or whether you are here in the studio, part of our Zoom audience. Now, this is the simple question. Did INEC help Nigeria in the 2023 elections? Did INEC do well? Rate them between 1 and 10, 10 being the excellent, 1 being that was terrible performance. And so just one way forward. Let's start with you, Femi. I'm coming to you, Miles and Dr. Onongo. Just a sentence. Real one, you're saying one. Femi, let's go on. Mhm. 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 That is interesting. Now, while I get to, I think, let me have somebody else say a word or two there. who has not spoken within our panel, Bolaji Balogun, sorry, Balogun Ajayi, rate INEC 1 to 10 and give me one reason for your answer. Did INEC help Nigeria with their conduct of the 2023 elections?
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
You're audible. Right on,
thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, talking about INEC, the corruption surrounding 2023 election was, highly pervasive, and deeply concerned. INEC failed us woefully. The integrity failure on behalf of INEC was, was highly deplorable. INEC intentionally played a blind eye to their duties. They were supposed to be the regulatory board. They were supposed to disqualify or approve any candidate that does not meet the required criteria. But they failed us, and we are so disappointed in INEC. They have failed us woefully, and the extent of this corruption has tainted, public trust in the democratic system. It's just, everybody just feels like abandoning the country and running to a safer place because everything is going unplanned and impromptu. You can imagine the situation we are in this nation. You can imagine the situation of the economy. I mean, highly deplorable. So INEC has failed us. Integrity is critical if we want to get it right in this nation. Integrity is highly critical. So I would say, though I have a lot of things to say, but you've just asked me to just in one sentence. I'm so sorry, I can't give it in one sentence. INEC has failed us woefully, and we are so disappointed in INEC. Thank you so much.
Thank you for so much, Bolaji. I'm sorry, Balogun. I'll come back to you for the closing remarks. But let me just pick a few things we have on the chat room here. We have, this is Rachel, or Rash, rather, yes. It's saying it's called INEC 1. We have also Rwan saying INEC 1. The question is, did INEC rate INEC between 1 to 10? 10 being they did well in the presidential elections, 1 being it was terrible. Aqua Christian said they did 0. Joe Eze said absolutely 0. So it is less than even. So if INEC has been this good, quote and unquote, with the previous elections, why is INEC still there with the same structure? So coming back to you, Bolaji, can you hit on that just once more before we come to Prince Ridwan? Ridwan Hamza, you are here. So let me get to Bolaji and then you conclude on this one. You'll give us a final touch. If INEC is rated this way, because we can see also from the YouTube, they are having issues. People are rating them quite low. So if INEC has been this bad, why are they still conducting elections in Nigeria? Malogun, are you there?
The national chairman.
Yes.
Let me just make a brief sentence. Yes.
Do you mean Bolaji or Balogun?
Sorry, Balogun. That's Balogun, and the name here is a bit confusing. So let's hear you. Then we come back to Hamza.
Okay. Please, can you repeat the question?
If INEC, as the rating we have seen so far, is 1 and 0, even on the YouTube, it's just 1 and 0. If they have performed this poorly, why is INEC still in charge of Nigeria's elections with the same structure, the same person?
That is just the question. That is the question. There should be a regulatory board that should be able to regulate INEC. Even the court that was supposed to step in and restore our pride and dignity. They failed us woefully. You know, these are the things we were talking about. You know, they overlook critical, moral failures because of money. They failed us. The court was supposed to put INEC back to track, but they all failed us. Even the voters were suppressed. So, you know, INEC has, the court has failed us, INEC has failed us. So we are just left, you know, just like that, and which is not supposed to be. You know, even majority of the voters were not given their PVC. So they failed us. INEC failed us seriously. And then the court was supposed to put us back to track, but they also failed us. So that's the question. What's the way out? We are all stranded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Balogun. So Hamza, please, in one sentence, what is the way forward? And as he says, gives us his own opinion, we are wrapping up on this segment. So we move into the next hour. Hamza,
good afternoon, and everybody listening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're listening, all over the world. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this, and I thank DDM for this kind of, let me call it summits, because what we have seen, there had been no serious review of the failure of INEC during the past election. One thing I would like us to correct is let our people be sincere whenever they are making contributions. You cannot give a 0 when you are told to give a 1 to 10. Yes, you don't agree with what INEC did. Give your 1 and go, because INEC actually conducted the election. But if you are saying 0, that means nobody was in charge of elections. So who then covered MC Oluomo when he threatened and said whoever they born were to come and vote Labour Party at a particular polling unit? Who was the umpire when that woman in Lagos was beaten at her polling unit? Elections held, and somebody announced the results. So people should just let us agree, understand, and make it known that INEC is a failure under Mahmoud Yakubu. From what even Anongo had said when he gave his own submission, he acknowledged that Jega was actually a super contributor to all of these things. But then Jega did not come up with all of these things to give the results that Yakubu gave. So let us commend the technological introduction, even though our people have used it against us. So how then do we progress from all of this? It is also still through technology. And that is why people like me are saying that we should not stop at that. We should look at how do we secure voters at the venues of the elections. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My prince, thank you. You're not going yet. That song that you always sing when you come out, you said energize people. You still remember our song?
Chairman, those songs are always there. If your conditions today make you shake and you still did not talk the way you feel, make you open your ears very well to they hear the truth talk way that they talk. Listen, make it they agree for me every day and night. You they hear me talk. One day you self go agree with me to they act the way as you they feel. Remember, if you know. Enough finish. Election story. Obasanjo plan very well. Election story. Jonathan plan very well.
You're not going anywhere yet. You sing this song to usher the next section, which is going to be what do you call it, vote buying and electoral violence. Now, on behalf of all of you who have stayed tuned and participated within this segment, which was on INEC, election rigging and glitches. In fact, we don't have enough time for it. I will say thank you very much. Don't go yet. Remember, voting for the video competition is still going on, and we are trying to look for a way forward. Thanks for being there. Now hold on for Kanin and Silas doing as they come up in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, my Prince Hamza, fire on. I'll join you in the song anywhere I can.
The rest after man, I have them loaded.
Thank you so much.
Zarampam.
Yes.
Policeman go slap your face, you know, go talk. Army man go whip your yash, go they look like donkey. Rhodesia don't do their own. Our leaders no talk anything.
Redwan is
do their own. At least so no tears and blood. Anongu, you know, say na hunger they leave us now.
I understand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Silas, are you around? KRP?
Yes,
hello.
if you can.
That's interesting. So, Kevin, can we have our video so that Mr. Silas could introduce the next question?
The February 25th electoral cycle translates into 24 years of uninterrupted electoral cycle, the longest in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation. In my own opinion, I would like to say that this election was the most anticipated election in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism amongst local and international observers that this election would come with more improvements than others.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I want to share my thoughts on what I feel about the Nigerian February 25th, 2023 presidential election. It is a critical time for our nation and these are the issues that need our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old respectively.
Hello, good day. My name is Dennis Ezechukwu Godwin. Now, following the outcome of the election, I would say that Nigeria still have a very long way to go in election matters.
To be sincere with ourselves, February 25th every year supposed to be anniversary for this Nigeria. Every Nigerian knows say na February 25th, 2023. Na him, our big men for this country, carry their lie, deceit, and open thief, take so smelly clothes, wear them without shame. They work for our country, reach today.
Today, I'm going to share my thoughts with you about the Nigerian 25th February 2023 presidential election. The former president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, and the National INEC chairman promised us Nigerians a good, incredible, transparent, free and fair election, which turned out to be our worst nightmare.
I'll be exploring the three prominent candidates, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Obedient of the Labour Party, Bola Ahmed Asiwaju Tinubu, Batified of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Articulated of the People's Democratic Party.
So what's an election? An election is a formal process where people choose individuals to hold public offices or decide on specific issues. And I'm not going to be looking at the aspect of deciding on specific issues you're making decision. I'm going to be looking at the aspect of choosing individuals to hold public offices. Don't talk about election. Eligible citizens, I'm not Nigeria, citizens from 18 years and above are the ones that what are eligible to vote their representative.
It was an election that was so greatly anticipated by an average Nigerian with so much energy and hope that it's going to be the only vital avenue for salvaging the situation of the nation.
Our president, they say there is nothing I can do. Oh. So me, there is nothing I can say. Carry on. If I feel close my see myself for Canada, I collect more. I don't come back. This country knows.
Two things were unprecedented about the 2023 general elections. First was the stout political rallies held by Nigerians across Nigeria even before electioneering campaigns kicked off. Second was the use of beavers. Nigerians were given repeated assurances that beavers would not falter, that beavers would work. Unfortunately, all these were rendered completely useless when the electoral body intentionally refused or failed to transmit results online.
This is the first DDM video competition. No glitches, no court cases, and definitely no human electoral empire. It is 100% transparent, free, fair, and credible. Why? Simple. Because the videos with the highest engagement on DDM YouTube, DDM Twitter, or DDM Facebook will win 100,000 naira each. That means good news. You can still participate in the competition and win the 100,000 naira. Just pick up your phone, make a video of not more than 5 minutes on the topic, what I think about the February 25, 2023 Nigeria's presidential elections. Send your video via WhatsApp or Telegram to the number +234 708 750 7299.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Silas and Karen Palm, it's over to you guys.
All right. A very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for joining us on DDM, the Nigerian Diaspora Digital Media. My name is Silas Dung, and alongside with me, with anchoring this event, this segment of the engagement will be Kaneng Rangpam. I hope she joins us pretty soon. It is
zombie, zombie. This one.
Okay. It seems to be.
I don't get confused. I just give interlude.
Hello, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry for starting behind time. This segment was supposed to start by 2 p.m. Nigerian time. My name is Silas Dung. With me to anchor this segment of the engagement will be Kaneng Rangpam. I hope she joins us pretty soon. And I most welcome you all to the Nigerian Diaspora Digital Media, DDM. Today marks 1 year into the election, the 2023 general election that ushered in the present administration. And of course, it was more like a three-horse race in the last general elections. We all know where that ended. In this segment, we're going to be looking at violence and vote buying in the Nigerian election system. I once again welcome you. And now I can have that interlude if you don't mind. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, the one on Mahmoud, or which of them?
The one on Professor Mahmoud.
Okay.
We are committed to ensuring that the 2023 general election is transparent and credible, reflecting the will of the Nigerian people. Let me once again reassure Nigerians that there is no going back on the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. There's no going back on the transmission of results on the INEC result viewing portal in real time on election day. We are committed to ensuring that the 2023 general election is transparent and credible, reflecting the will of the Nigerian people. Let me once again reassure Nigerians that there is no going back on the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. There's no going back on the transmission of results on the INEC result viewing portal in real time on election day.
Again about society, batification.
Welcome back segment of the engagement, and to help us do justice to the topic, vote buying and election violence, I will be joined in this segment by Dr. Onyekachi Obiari, a renowned political analyst and social commentator with extensive experience in research and analysis of the Nigerian political and social issues. Joining me also this afternoon is Comrade Osagi Isaac Emmanuel, a dedicated human rights activist and an election observer with a proven track record of advocating for free and fair elections in Nigeria. Thank you both for joining us this afternoon, Dr. Emmanuel and Comrade Osagi.
Not true, we won't talk again, where not true, we won't talk again, where if we delay you, where we could go the punish us, where is why they punish us, where
Thank you for your time for the interlude. We want to be sure our guests are available. So thank you very much. And it looks as if Dr. Onyeka Obiari is here to join. Please, if you are around, you can indicate Dr. Onyeka or Comrade Isaac. Silas, it looks as if they have not yet joined the program. So you may enjoy the privilege of this wonderful guest we have already on the platform. Thank you.
Okay, so let me take advantage of the guests we already have in the house to do justice to the topic we have. Perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. I hope I get your name right. If you can hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Is Comrade Chidi still on here?
Yeah, Comrade Chidi is still on. Yes, he's around.
Oh, okay, fine. So let's start with you. Of course, events that happened in the last 1 year, especially as regards the 2023 general elections, were such that Nigerians were optimistic, going by what we heard the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, saying in that short video we watched a while ago. What would be your take so far, before we delve into the problems proper? What would be your take on the last general elections? Nigerians are optimistic, like we said, and there was this zeal to go out and participate in the process. And of course, that showed in the number of people, Nigerians, who registered to vote, and the turnout too in the presidential election, was good, even though not up to 50% of the number of registrants came out to vote. But would you say that what we saw was a reflection of the hopes of Nigerians going into the poll in 2023? Comrade Chidi, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, and happy anniversary to each and every one of us. My name is Comrade Chidi Nzekwe. I'm the state chairman of COPDEM, Anambra State. Thank you so much, the moderator. Going by your question, a lot of us, like youths, went into this election with a lot of enthusiasm. And most of us, I can tell you, we are really prepared, because we started off early with voters registration. Some of us were running around across villages, communities, and towns conducting voters registration as prescribed by INEC. So we were equally assisting INEC staff. At that level, they were kind of cooperative because they equally trained some of our people. So we were working in harmony with them. Unfortunately, lo and behold, the hell let loose on the day of the election because the outcome, even the process of the election on that day became a different thing altogether. So I will have to say that INEC performed below our expectation because they made several promises. They made several promises to us, which, most of us, especially the introduction of IRF. So, but unfortunately, they failed us. So they performed below our expectation, and that is what we are here to discuss today. Thank you.
Okay, but would you say, like I mentioned in the other part of the question, perhaps you didn't get that proper, that what informed, in your opinion, the turnout we saw in the last general election, especially the youth of Nigeria, which you just pointed out that you're disappointed because it was a process you wanted to really be a part of it, even after being trained by INEC?
Okay, thank you so much. The turnout of youths, especially at the presidential election, was very massive and impressive because I don't believe, the number of youths that came out for the election, we've not witnessed such at previous elections. So a lot of youths, came out for the election and they are mostly prepared. So I don't know whether that answers your.
Okay, so let me put it this way then. Would you say, now, this is the opinion of some people, but not necessarily mine, that we had a lot of youth participating in the last general election, especially the presidential election, because of the third force effect, talking about the Labour Party's candidate, to Peter Gregory Obi. Would you say that actually was a factor that influenced these young people to turn out en masse for the last general election?
Okay, I will categorically say that that is a prime motivating factor, because there is this section of youths. Most of them were not interested. You don't even need to talk about politics. Even when they talk about politics, they are not interested in participating, voting in particular. Like if you come to Southeast, region, people have, a lot of people, some people feel because of the experience they have in the past, so they don't like to participate in anything election. But this last one, almost all of them, came out and participated. So it's the obedient movement, or the candidacy of Mr. Peter Obi played a significant role. He played a significant role, in youth participation, or rather youth's interest during the last election. In fact, he is the prime. A lot of youths, they were so enthusiastic. A lot of youths wanted to see him lead Nigeria as a president, and that is why they were, they were interested to put him there.
Hello?
Can you hear? Can you hear me now?
Very clearly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so I was asking if Pastor was still with us so that we can go straight into the conversation alongside Comrade Chidi. But let's start. There were allegations of vote buying in the last general election. This was due largely because of the frontline runners. Some say the big political parties, talking about the People's Democratic Party and that of their candidate, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Of course, they said the party is, according to them, the largest in Africa. So they've got all the kind of monies they can, buy votes with. We also heard same allegations with the now ruling party, the All Progressive Congress, with their own candidate, Siwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whom many have questioned, the source or the capacity in terms of resources to deploy into a general elections. What would be your take, Chidi? Do you think that, contributed because of the personalities involved as the candidates of those front runners, political parties, informed this vote buying that we allegedly witnessed? And I don't know, did you witness anywhere you voted in the last election?
Okay, thank you so much. Perhaps I will say that vote buying is not a new thing. Me, as someone that have participated in several elections and equally in politics severally, so it's not a new thing. It has been there all along. Yes, and the vote buying we are talking about, almost, most parties prepare for it to buy votes, equally opposition parties. So that is what we normally witness. It's not just the government or the party in power. So vote buying, per se, is an act, whereby these politicians entice a prospective voter for them to gain a vote. And let us remember, vote buying, although the enticement may be in form of, finance, it may equally be material or a promise, maybe for a position. So, but generally, the most ones we would normally witness, is that financial enticement to buy votes. And mind you, vote buying does not happen only at polling units. Most times it starts before the election day, maybe previous day to the election, a lot of meetings, both at community levels. Yes, some community leaders will call the community and things will be distributed to them. Monies will be given to them and they will be, given direction where to vote. So meanwhile, on the day of the election, you see those people. You won't see the party that called them the previous night. You won't see them giving money again. They have already mobilized them on the direction to go. So they will just come to deliver. So vote buying have already happened a day to the election. So why some equally do the vote buying during election, when the election is going on? Why others, are done after the election? When you vote, you may be given a card because they have already seen, where you voted. You will be given a tag. Then you go to the other side or to a directed residence to go and collect maybe your money or your material or the balance or whatever. And especially the one that goes on at the polling units, there is always a collusion. One, with the security agencies, because they are there. There is always a collusion. Equally with other electorates, because this party will be buying, another party will be buying. Everybody will be there. They will be trading, negotiating. So it is something all of us witness during elections. So I will have to say, so let me just conclude on that aspect, because it's what politicians do. They check the one that is convenient for them, whether to use vote buying in this polling unit or to use election violence, depending the one that will be beneficial to them as a politician. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly before I bring Evangelist Ben Okunwaji, Comrade Chidi, I did ask you earlier, did you witness any of this, things that you just mentioned, where you voted? Because these are allegations. And so as we speak here, we can't substantiate them because you can't say there was violence because you didn't witness any. So I want to ask, did you witness any, either vote buying or violence that disrupted maybe voters, maybe trying to cast their votes and then ballot boxes were stolen, like we heard in some polling units across the Federation? Did you witness any as Comrade Chidi?
Okay, during the last election, I'm speaking from experience. I witnessed a lot of vote buying, majorly from the APC and equally the PDP. They were the ones, buying votes or trading money for votes very boldly. Us that are the obedient, we know they give shishi. We didn't give anybody anything. And people were casting votes for us. Yes.
Okay, so Comrade, what would you say is the implication of vote buying in our electoral process?
honestly, the impact is too much. And what it implies that it throws out wrong leaders. The poverty rate is much, especially at the rural areas. So they will always fall for it. So the implication of vote buying is much because a lot of people will go for the higher bidder, thereby compromising the process or compromising us having a competent leader or electing a competent representative.
Okay, so how do we stop this? You mentioned poverty level in the country as one of the factors that leads to vote buying in our electoral process. So how do we stop this? What would be your suggestion this time around to be able to mitigate these kind of issues or challenges that our electoral process is greeted with?
Okay, to stop it or to mitigate it, it must be a multifaceted approach because the integral society need to be involved. If not, even the security agencies cannot succeed in stopping it. The society need to abhor vote buying. The earlier we start seeing vote buying as, something, I don't know, uncivil, because in our police, it's almost civilized. So the moment we start discouraging people so that they will understand the implication of this. So all of us need to get involved, the civil society organizations and everybody, so that we can dissuade, especially at the community level, so that the security agencies can now work freely. Because when they sense that the community, the people are not, nobody is agitating, or the people that are agitating are just few. They won't react. But when more people agitate against it, you will see them reacting. Thank you.
Okay, so I was going to bring in Evan.
Can I say something regarding this?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I'm Dr. Cordelia Udo. I think also that we need to consider regional, whereby things are done in turns. Okay, if we say that it's the south-south, southeast, middle belt, northeast, whichever way this is divided, that this is 20, 30, or whatever is their turn to produce a competent president. Okay? And then follow it through. Let that region, don't give them a dime. We have to, not don't give them a dime, but other state has no business receiving any fund. Let that region alone. Okay? Let them manage it and find penalty for not running a clean election. And they should find a process that will lead to the most competent and a clean election to elect the president of the nation. And they should be the one to show the nation that we have given you the best that we have in Southeast in a clean way. I think they have to look into this. All this, I don't know how you can police the whole nation. It's even better if we know where to go deploy the security agents, all the polling units, everything. And also, because I was hearing that this, not only that day, that it takes few days before to start buying this vote. Okay, they should start penalizing too. penalizing where people go and collect money. You penalize the people giving, you penalize those accepting it. I tell them you'll be barred from voting. You inactivate their right to vote. You cannot vote for 3 years. And whoever is giving you that cannot be a polling agent for so many years. Whoever the town, even if you know the town, tell them this local government you're banned from. But that will be when you have said this is the region that's supposed to give us the best. And leave that region to produce the best, the competent one. It is just too much money. Many people die for what should not be, for what should be an easy process. And also find a way that you can stay in your house and cast your vote. You don't have to step out. If you go to your computer, to your cell phone, everybody there has cell phone. Cast your vote. Don't come out. Nobody will know whether you have, they've paid you 2 days before or they paid you yesterday. Go there, cast your vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. I don't know if Prince Ridwan Hamza is very much here, if you can unmute. You mentioned in the comment section that victim of election violence. I would like to have a first-hand, experience. What was it like? How did you really come out of it? How did you escape it? Because if you say you're a victim, let's know what actually transpired. If you're here, Prince Ridwan Hamza, if you can unmute and let's hear you talk before I bring in the religious angle on how we can mitigate or stop vote buying and election violence. Is Prince Ridwan Hamza here?
Long time ago, African man we know they carry shit. Long time ago, European man and them they carry shit. Long time ago, we they shit inside big holes. Long time ago, Mr. Moderator, good afternoon. My name is Prince Ridwan Hamza. What I came in with long time ago, what I am talking about is in 1993. When Nigerians had the June 12 election. Religion, tribe didn't matter. We went to the polls, voted for the person we thought was the best. And that was when we truly had an independent electoral commission. So much so that the president, when he saw that he could not manipulate the umpire, he annulled the election. It was during the military junta of Ibrahim Babangida. So when people come online, I became an obedient, not just because Obi is an Igbo person, but because if you look at the credentials of all of them, incidentally, the 3 of them had held offices. I was in Lagos throughout Tinubu. Okay, let me not say throughout because I was actually in an institution. Tinubu's, what was it called? Governorship. Yes, governance as a governor in Lagos State. My father was a civil servant, so I know how he governed Lagos. And I know that he, with that mindset, cannot govern Nigeria. And of course, we all read and heard and saw what happened during Obasanjo's presidency between him and Atiku. So much so that the Ribadu that he brought almost arrested him. But because they didn't want the country to turn into something else, Obasanjo did not allow that arrest. But then he made everything known to everybody that this guy should not be trusted with that power. Not until Buhari came with his nepotism, which Tinubu has taken to another level at this point, that Obasanjo said, if this is what the person we thought was the best in Buhari would give us, then an Atiku would be a better candidate. That was why he supported him against Buhari for Buhari's second term. And if the likes of Obasanjo, who had seen it all, will come and tell you that even though all of them have claimed that I am their mentor, this one, talking about Obi, apart from what we have all seen and heard about Obi, Obasanjo came and said, this is his own candidate. If you want to save Nigeria, this is the person you should vote for. So I don't see any reason why any right-thinking, or I didn't see any reason why any right-thinking Nigerian would say that person with all of those records will become the president of Nigeria. No wonder where the state of our economy and currency, FX is today. So I am not in any way surprised. So to the election violence.
Okay.
To the election violence. You see, Fela sang and said, if your conditions still they make you shake and you still do not talk the way you feel, make you open your ears very well to they hear the truth talk when they talk. Listen, make it they agree for me every day and night. They hear me talk. One day you self go agree with me to they act the way as you they feel. Remember, if you know act your own, one day of course we must die. And he went ahead and said, the youth of this country, they were hearing and listening. But let me not think too much. So I was at the polling units and I saw people buying votes. I spoke out against it. It was an INEC official that came to challenge me that who am I? And I said, I am LP's agent at this polling units. Who are you? Then he started shouting. Some people said he was a lecturer and wants to so fucking what? Who are you? Show me your ID. That you are wearing this emblem does not make you an INEC official. Who are you? I challenged him several times. Then the guy was shamed and he left. After that one, so since that time, I became their focus. So when they came with, what do you call it now? Spaghetti. Because he left from cash to spaghetti. I also went there. What are you sharing? In fact, the house where they were giving them the money, I even went there myself. That, oh yeah, come and give me my own too. If it is not for votes. Maybe you are giving people money for free. Give me my own now. They said, no, you are a rich man, this, that, this. Oga, I will call the military. They will come here and they will burn this place down. Eventually, at the end of the day, we were counting votes. So I now spotted a particular ballot paper. That ballot paper was thumbprinted in 2 places. But the most conspicuous one was for APC. You have cancelled my own votes, my own ballots that, okay, this one was not properly thumbprinted, this one was not properly thumbprinted. Why would you not count this one? Suddenly, one of their thugs just said, sorry, since morning, he has been doing like that. He just went into the boot of his car, brought out a brand new cutlass, and said he was going to behead me. He actually charged towards me. He charged towards me, but I now pushed somebody. The person now, I think the person colluded with one of the policemen. So that policeman now held the guy. So he now started pushing me away. If not, the procedure you are talking about today, my brother, it will be RIP.
Prince, let me quickly butt in here. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that location, that particular polling unit where this happened in the last election?
Boso is the location. Boso in Zamfara State. The only polling unit in Igala quarters.
What were other voters, or say other, what you call them, party agents? What did they do? Was it just looking at you? Someone was trying to behead you, and no police there, nothing. I mean, you just said you were going to call the military. So, did you report that to the police while at that polling unit?
The police, I reported to. Of course, they observed everything. Everything that happened was in the presence of the police. I think, immigration officer that was drafted as one of the military representatives or paramilitary. And of course, the civil defense. They were all there. So eventually, of course, because I have some people in the military, I brought in the military. I had to, when they pushed me away, that I should leave the place. In fact, as soon as I left, people were calling me that, don't come back to your house. Don't come back to this area for the next 1 week. I said, me? They said, yes. So as soon as I got to the military barracks, I just spoke with them, and they came with me with 2 vehicles. Of course, the guy had left to for backup. He went to get backups. So by the time they came back, I had come in with my own military men. So some of the APC, some of the people that assisted him, that aided him that time, they arrested one of them. The other one, they just gave him maybe 2 slaps and he fainted. So they just left him there. So that was how I survived. That time for the rest of that week, I used military escorts in the state.
Okay. Your thoughts. I would like to bring in.
If you don't mind, Uncle, ask really one. This is during the presidential election. Also asking what happened during the governorship election, because can he share with us his experience as well?
Okay, I was going to bring him back, but I wanted to quickly bring in Evangelist Mwaji. Perhaps we'll have another perspective. This is vote buying and election violence we're talking about. Looking at people from that demography, being an evangelist, perhaps there's something they get to teach these voters, that when they now go to the polling units from the religious angle, they do what they feel like doing. Have they lost it as religious leaders who should preach justice? I don't know if you can hear me. Mute your mic, Evangelist Bernard Mwaji.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. And I just want to say congratulations for the anniversary of the election. Like you have said, you see, let me go straight to what your question, what you have asked. You see, one of the basic things about vote buying and election violence, I believe one of the basic fundamental solution to it is proper education, voters' education. And that is what is lacking here in Nigeria. You know, all the time we prepare for election is only towards the campaign time. You see people coming out, but after the election, all the organs, all the authorities, they will go and sleep. Okay? And that is wrong. I believe the best thing to do is that voters' education must continue throughout the year. And that voters' education should be at the units, at the chapters, okay, level. Let me give you an example. If you know what happened in the last election, presidential election, you will see that Labour Party performed beyond expectation in Delta State, where I come from. Delta State is a place where you have PDP governing, and also you have the vice presidential candidate also come from Delta State. in the person of the incumbent governor then, or the past governor, Okowa. But with that notwithstanding, you could see that Labour Party did excellently well, beat PDP hands down in Delta State. Why? Because the obedience in Delta State did well. We went down to the grassroots. We brought election, education, election issues down to the grassroots. And we were able to make people to understand why they should vote for Peter Obi, a man that we have seen a different character, a different human being, as if he's not a Nigerian. Okay? Everything he said, some of us verified it, and we found out that it was true. There was no iota of lie in him. That is what brought most of us, especially from the spiritual or religious angle, into politics. Because we found in a man, like Jesus Christ said, the Bible said about Jesus Christ, that Satan came to him and couldn't find anything against him, and he went out for another time, you know. So that is exactly what happened. That is where some of us, men of God, we went down and started preaching this in our various churches, in our various chapters and units. And that is why you see that most of them, like I told them in my area, I say, if they force you to collect, but don't vote for them. That is a slogan we started preaching at the time. Yes, because they will come and induce you. Sometimes if you refuse, they already know, oh, this one refused, that means it's against us. So for you to avoid issues of violence, issues of timing you against us, collect it. It's your portion. Take it. You eat it, but don't vote for them. Nobody will be at the point where you are going to vote. It's only you, your God, and your conscience. So that is what happened, that you see that at the end of the day, many people collected things, collected money, collected rice, collected this in Delta, especially in my area, and they did not vote for PDP or APC. Okay? So that is the first thing we need to do. We need to do voters' education at the grassroots, at the lowest level of the grassroots. If you make people to understand that this is the person, let us, in fact, go and find out about him. It's not going to be story as usual, that they will use money to come and buy you, and after they give you all these pittance and you vote for them, they go back to power, they get the power, they forget you, and waiting for the next election to come and induce you again with money. So we are trying to stop such things, especially in my area here. We hold meeting every day. Even as I'm talking with you now, we have a Labour Party meeting tomorrow. And at that level, we have our ward meetings, we have our unit meetings. We make sure we educate our people. It's one of my itineraries now. We educate them, let them know that politics now is no longer, oh, give me, I chop. At the end of the day, you don't know what you're eating. And somebody will take what you have voted for him and go and carry all the millions, and you are dying. When the next election comes now, you say, oh, you will come and meet you to give you 5,000. What will 5,000 do for you? What will 10,000 do for you? So my brother, the first thing for us to do is basic voters education. Secondly, you come to the law aspect, the legal aspect. The nation needs to enforce a good legal aspect of this thing to solve it. Number one, the Bible says corruption or evil thrives when people who commit evil are not punished. Until Nigeria begins to punish those that are found wanting during the election, these things will not stop. Until we stop looking at, oh, he's a high-placed person in society, because those are the people that sends them, okay? Until we begin to punish them, these things will not stop. But if you get one person one day from the beginning to the top, maybe the person they call say, oh, it's Mr. A who is vying for the post that sent me, then you first of all try him and jail who sent him. These things will begin to stop. Okay, so I will want to say that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so of course, thank you for sharing your thoughts, and pardon me for butting in here immediately. I want to just ask you, would you say that Nigeria has made a significant progress in our electioneering process? I mean, looking at where we're coming from in 1999, last time we had an election where a lot of Nigerians have come to say the 1993 election was perhaps one of the best elections ever conducted in Nigeria. We never had any until 1999. So looking at our journey to 2023, would you say we've made some significant progress? I mean, in making sure that our electoral process is getting somewhere that we can sit down someday and say, all right, so we've done very well. We can now begin to elect candidates, based on their credibility and not necessarily the money bags that we have in the system today. Like you pointed out, with the big political parties, of course, the Labour Party came into the general election as a third force. Would you say we've made some progress so far?
Okay, my brother, I will answer you this question by telling you that if the powers that be, the demons that be in this nation, had allowed the last election result to happen the way it is, I would have said yes. We have moved a little bit further in progress. But let me tell you, after what happened last time, Nigeria has gone back. In fact, I cannot quantify the level we have gone back. It's the same thing as our economy, okay? So because there is no way we can make progress, my brother, when we allow evil, we allow corruption to thrive in all aspects of our life, in all spheres of our dealings in this nation. There is no way we can make progress. You can't make progress with rot. You can't make progress with corruption. You can't make progress with evil. Darkness cannot bring progress. It's only light that can bring progress. Nigeria is full of darkness. The moment you want to see lights want to shine in this nation, the powers of darkness will come and overshadow and light will disappear. That is the problem. We can't see. Let me tell you the truth. The only way we can make progress is, first of all, asking ourselves one question, trying to settle the issue of our consciences, our conscience. There are a lot of people in this nation, their consciences are dead. So you can't make progress with such people. And they are the people occupying positions, powers, okay? Once these guys are there, there will be no progress because they don't know what is called progress. All they know is their own selfish interest, myopic interest, tribal, ethnic, regional interest. They don't care what happens to the generality of this nation. So our last election, with the result that came out of it, brought us backward in all our electionary system, brought us backward. That is all I can say. There's no progress in it. The same thing we have in our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this insightful angle to our electoral process. Yes, we're learning every day, but to say that we've gone back to the medieval age is what I will say no. Before now, in 1999, we didn't have the BVM to vote, the bimodal voter accreditation system to vote with. But so in 2023, we perfected what we saw in 2019. I'd like to bring Prince.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. There's something I wanted you mentioned here. You see, we have invented, we have introduced all forms of technologies in our electioneering system. But let me ask you one question. Have they allowed it to work? These issues is what we should tackle. Yes, if we say technologically wise, we have introduced things, but the issue here, like I told you before, when people's conscience are snared, a technology cannot work because technologies are manipulated, are controlled by human beings and their consciences, okay? So I agree with you, yes, technologically we have introduced things, but have they worked? Have we used them to work? We are still talking about manual collation of results. Manipulation of manual collation is one of the first evil. that happened to this election. We never allow technology to work, and that is the problem we have. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me quickly bring in Prince Hamza. Are you still here? I would like to take your own thoughts as we begin to wind up this segment of the conversation, so we can begin to profile solutions going forward. How do we stop vote buying and election violence in the system so we can begin to have credible elections like we see happen elsewhere across the world? Hamza, are you still here?
The young Africans and get 2 ears for head, them get 2 eyes too. Them they see the same way they happen, them they hear them too. I know that here it was Anongu Moses and somebody that went to challenge INEC because Fela was not there to challenge this time around. So, having said that, so what the question Mr. Elumba was asking the other time, yes, it was during the presidential and gubernatorial elections. The attempt to slaughter me was during the gubernatorial, but the violence started during the presidential because the reason why they could not kill me at that time was because at the presidential period was because I did not stay at my polling unit. I was all over. I was here. If I hear anything as far as 30 kilometers, because I had my Labour Party, what was it called, card? Yes, to go anywhere. So the military men, they already knew my vehicle. So before the gubernatorial election, so throughout the presidential election day, anywhere I heard there was problem or there was intimidation or manipulation, I went there immediately. So I was also attacked somewhere at the polling unit of my secretary because she's a female. So I went there. He told me some things were happening, this, that, this. Immediately, we went there. When we got there, we saw that it was the APC and the PDP. They were taking turn to vote. If the APC votes, their agents stood in the booth, in the polling booth. When the voters come, they pay them whatever they are going to give them for gratification and thumbprints. So we now went there to challenge them. What are you doing there? That was the first place they attacked me. But because that place happens to be the family house the family house of my secretary, so it was a controlled thing over there. So, but then that was when this thing started. So, talking about way forward.
Way forward as we wind up.
Yes, you see, the way forward is just like I keep telling people that whatever Tinubu or whoever is in power feels about Emefiele or the immediate past governments, all these things that Emefiele is going through today is strictly because of a change the color of the naira. Full stop.
Okay, please, your final moments, please.
Yes.
In one minute, please, can you just...
Okay, yes, that's what I'm trying to do. So, and the reason is because it was an attempt to stop or to control vote buying. Vote buying happens everywhere. Everybody knows what happened in America when this guy was to come to power, Biden. Trump tried to intimidate, but it failed because their system did not allow it. So it is about us actually making our system grow to a certain level where those things will not matter. And I think if we do some of this, just like somebody earlier said that you can vote from your home and you vote on your system or your phone, I think we will make better progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Hamza, and thank you so much for
Thank you for mentioning Trump. Trump still had to be punished. Still had to be punished.
Doctor?
Okay? Look at how big he is.
yeah, Doctor, we have to wrap up this segment. There's another segment coming after this one. I must say a big thank you to all of you who have contributed. Sadly, we didn't have Dr. Onyeka Tiobiari and Comrade Osage Isaac Emmanuel joining us, but with the guests we had in-house and the analysis were very in-depth. And going forward, of course, we know how we begin to put some of these things that will make our electoral system a better one, like we have in big democracies like the United States of America. From me, Silas Dung, a fantastic engagement, and hand you over to Pastor Lawrence and Prince Chanrampam Jr.
Please, Mr. Lawrence, before.
Yeah, good
The
afternoon,
February 25th
everybody.
electoral cycle translates into 24
You're
years of
welcome to the next segment.
Can I say something briefly, Mr. Silence?
Please, you hold your thought for now.
Please hold on. Please, Pastor Lawrence, go ahead. The next session is on now. You're on now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are entering the next section. Thank you very much, our host. You have expanded that segment, and we need to just play a video before we continue. Please, Mr. Kevin, over to you.
The February 25th electoral cycle translates into 24 years of uninterrupted electoral cycle, the longest in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation. In my own opinion, I would like to say that this election was the most anticipated election in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism amongst local and international observers that this election would come with more improvements than others.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I want to share my thoughts on what I feel about the Nigerian February 25th, 2023 presidential election. It is a critical time for our nation and these are the issues that needs our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old respectively.
Hello, good day. My name is Dennis Ezechiku Godwin. Now, following the outcome of the election, I would say that Nigeria still have a very long way to go in election matters.
To be sincere with ourselves, February 25th every year supposed to be an anniversary for this Nigeria. Every Nigerian knows say na February 25th, 2023. Na him our big men for this country carry their lie, deceit and open thief, take so smelly clothes, wear am without shame. They waka for our country reach today.
Today, I'm going to share my thoughts with you about the Nigerian 25th February 2023 presidential election. The former president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, and the National INEC chairman promised us Nigerians a good, incredible, transparent, free and fair election, which turned out to be our worst nightmare.
I'll be exploring the three prominent Peter Gregory Obedient of the Party, Bola Ahmed Asiwaju Tinubu Batifad of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar Articulated of the People's Democratic Party.
So what's an election? An election is a formal process where people choose individuals to hold public offices or decide on specific issues. And we're not going to be looking at the aspect of deciding on specific issues today or making decisions. We're going to be looking at the aspect of choosing individuals to hold public offices. Not talk about election. Eligible citizens, I'm not Nigeria, citizens from 18 years and above are the ones that are eligible to vote their representative.
It was an election that was so greatly anticipated by an average Nigerian. There's so much energy and hope that it's going to be the only vital avenue for salvaging the situation of the nation.
Our president, they say there is nothing I can do. Oh. So me, there is nothing I can say. I will carry on. If I feel close my eyes, myself for Canada, I can let more. I will come back. This country knows.
Two things were unprecedented about the 2023 general elections. First was the stout political rallies held by Nigerians across Nigeria even before electioneering campaigns kicked off. Second was the use of beavers. Nigerians were given repeated assurances that beavers would not falter, that beavers would work. Unfortunately, all these were rendered completely useless when the electoral body intentionally refused or failed to transmit results online.
This is the first DDM video competition. No glitches, no court cases, and definitely.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome back. These are our contestants on this DDM contest. Please, I'll advise you to go to the YouTube and vote them, and let's have a winner by this evening. We're going to have a winner. The topic we're looking at today is the judiciary. The topic said the judiciary, a defector, electorate umpire. So looking at defector, I have to check because I'm not a learned colleague. I have to check my dictionary. I find out a defector is a person that abandoned his cause or country in favor of opposing one. So this topic is very crucial. Looking at the presidential election 2023, we're going to have two guests. One, Mr. Obum is a learned colleague from UK, and also a learned senior colleague, Emmanuel. So once they come in, we're going to receive them. But before then, we shall be together looking at what happened in 2023. You see, because of what happened, what the judiciary did, there's no light. You can see I'm finding myself, you see, and everywhere is lousy, noisy, cost of things are going up. But let's go at it critically. On 25th of February, we had the election, we all knew. And September 6th was the judgment day. The judiciary, the tribunal gave their judgment in favor of President Tinubu, who is the current president of Nigeria. And then on October 26th, being Thursday, the Supreme Court upheld the judgment. Hello?
Especially at the presidential election was very massive and
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so on October 26th, the Supreme Court upheld the very judgment that the tribunal gave. So, and today we are going to look at how the judiciary has really gone their way to do what they are not known for. Because I was going through an article and I saw what PDP wrote after the judgment. They said the judgment by the Supreme Court has evidently shaken the confidence of Nigerians in the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, as the last hope of the common man. PDP
okay, excuse me, Pastor Lawrence, just a moment. I think probably Barrister Emmanuel Ogebe might be available, if we can check. I don't know if he's the one with global concept from US.
Yeah,
yes,
if it's available.
I'm here. I'm available.
Okay, sir. This topic is is your topic, sir, and we would like to welcome you to please talk to us on this topic. The mic is yours, sir.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having me on what is undoubtedly a very sad anniversary for Nigeria. In the annals of Nigerian elections, I think the most infamous one was June 12, 1993. And 30 years later, it's not just a flawed election, it was a fraud election. The equivalent of that was assessed. The first floor and the second floor had foundation, but the third floor did not have foundation. How is that possible? The IREV produced candidates for the National Assembly and the Senate, and then they did not produce a president. How is that possible? How was there a glitch that impacted only the presidential and not the other two? It's like saying that a three-floor or a three-story house, the first two floors have foundation and the third does not have. That is a logical incongruity. It is not possible. Now, I will say this as someone who have observed the election and who also have observed the trials. I came all the way from the US for them. And your topic today is about whether the judiciary is a defector. And I want to ask the alternative question, whether the judiciary is defective. Defective means, an operating error. A defector means somebody who abandoned his responsibility, his constitutional responsibility, and his patriotism. So it was a very interesting question you asked, and that's what we'll be addressing. Was this action of the judiciary mala fide, in other words, in bad faith, or was it an innocent mistake? Now, I want to say that election and the actions of the courts that followed brought to me a new term. We have the judiciary and we now have the judiciary. Now, judiciary is witchcraft. You don't know how it works. And the funny thing is that I learned this concept from a retired justice of the Supreme Court who lamented that the court is now similar to miracle workers. He told me that he told the pastor that the courts are now like you. They perform miracles. We don't know how it happens. But it is no longer the law that is at play. Let me show you how extremely, illogical what we saw happened. We saw, like I said earlier, that the same elections and the same IREV that produced National Assembly members failed to produce a president. Similarly, in the state elections, the same primaries in Plateau states that produced a governor failed to produce members of the National Assembly. In the same country, it makes no sense. But what is interesting is that when the Plateau matter went up to the Supreme Court, at this point, the Court of Appeal had completely decimated the PDP candidates. When the case came up for the governorship at the Supreme Court asked the lawyers that already, if a mistake has been made at the Court of Appeal and those PDP legislators no longer have an option, why should we at the Supreme Court grant your prayers for the governor? And the Council for Plateau State, one of the council, said, look, the fact that the mistake was done before doesn't mean it should be corrected. It should not be corrected now. We have to start the correction somewhere. And that is why the decision of the Supreme Court in the governorship case of Plateau is different from the decision of the Court of Appeal in Plateau State for National Assembly. So that tells you that if the Supreme Court can clearly say the Court of Appeal was wrong in the case of Plateau, how are we to feel confident about what the Supreme Court did with regard to the presidency? So I have to tell you that the Nigerian judiciary in the last election did not credit itself well. It did not acquit itself most honorably. Now, I can give you another very galling instance of something unheard of in our jurisprudence. We had a situation where a court of appeal gave a verdict and nobody could understand the verdict. Both parties were celebrating that they won. When I initially, when I saw it in social media, I thought it was a mistake. And for a day, I did not believe it until a retired justice of the Supreme Court sent it to me. That was when I said, are you serious that the Court of Appeal wrote a judgment and gave victory to both sides in an election governorship case in Kano? And then the court, again, you need to understand that the law tends to be logical and precise, discipline. So some of these things are mind-boggling. Can you believe after they issued the judgment, the court registrar asked the parties that they should bring the judgment back so that they can correct it? No, just think about how deeply destabilizing this is to a system and an institution. If we have to start correcting judgments with TPEX. So the question now arises, if you are requiring them to bring back the Kano governorship judgment to be corrected with TPEX, which other case needs to be recalled for TPEXing? So these are some of the absurdities that were thrown up in the 2023 elections. I will pause there for a minute in case you have any questions before I continue.
Thank you so very much. I've loved to welcome Mr. Rampam, but before he comes in, so many things happened during the judicial process. First of all, Nigerians lost hope when they said they declared Tinubu winner. I personally met so many people, and we saw some people say going to court is useless. Why are we going to court? And at the end of the day, it was more or less useless. Do you think Nigerians will ever have hope in the judiciary again, based on what happened in this past election? That's presidential election.
So that's a very good question. And I have to tell you that all of the elements for the disqualification of Tinubu as a presidential candidate, virtually all of them existed. The evidence was there, the facts were there. In fact, he was his biggest witness against himself, because the INEC form that he filled out for governorship and the one that he filled out for presidency were both opposites. In other words, he claimed institutions he never attended. So just exhibiting his two affidavits alone would have established, and he would have been disqualified. So what we saw was a very systematic abuse of the Constitution, abuse of the rule of law, and abuse of any level of human decency or logic. Now, let me tell you this. The court read an 800-page judgment Now, I had attended a lot of the hearings of the courts. I flew to Nigeria several times, to monitor the trials. And I can tell you, I didn't have enough notice to fly for the judgment. So I decided to watch it. I woke up at 4 a.m. in the US. I started watching this judgment. My children went to school and came back after 6 p.m. and I was still watching judgment. They started pitying me. Can you imagine? They gave a 13-hour judgment, which was one of the longest judgments in the history of the world. In fact, I asked my assistants to research and find out. And the bottom line is that judgment amounts to was to perpetuate and to actually, because there's no two ways about it. They were criminal elements had infiltrated the system, and they to this criminality on the basis of technicalities. So what I'm saying is this: if the election of 2023, if nothing was wrong with that election, then there needs to be no election again in the future. Let INEC just go and announce people at 4 a.m. and save the money that's wasted on having elections and on having litigation. Because all the objective elements for the annulment of that election existed. At minimum, if there was no annulment, at minimum, the court would have called for a rerun or a by-election. So we have a situation where the courts signally failed the nation of Nigeria. And I don't think that going forward, anybody can have faith in any election in Nigeria. At this point, it is the people who have the money to steal elections, who have the terrorists to bastardize innocent human beings, that will carry the day, because the courts have certainly not shown themselves to be the guardians of the conscience of the nation. And that is truly a tragic phenomenon.
So thank you very much, sir. Moving forward, are you saying that there's no remedy or there's no way to bring back the judiciary to their rightful place so that they will remain focused and do the right thing? Are you saying that 2027 next elections, there's no need going to the courts, seeing what happened last year?
No, I think this is the last straw. It is all over. There's no, we literally, the judiciary is no longer the last hope of the common man. It is now the last hope of the desperate con man. We need to understand that, Now, let me say something, because some people have compared the 2007 election with this election. And those are not the same things. In 2007, Yaradua was sued by Buhari, Atiku, and Odumegwu Ojukwu. And I observed that election as well. Let me make something very clear. I knew it was a historic election, and I flew to Nigeria to cover that election as well. And here's what happened. In the case of Odumegwu Ojukwu, his case was thrown out because he had only one witness, who was his secretary. And his secretary came and testified that there was election in some local governments in Plateau State. Were you there? No. There was no way a credible court could give attention to that kind of testimony. And so the case was kicked out. Another case that came up was the case of Buhari. What was fascinating was that Buhari's exhibits were all attested to by a notary public who was his own lawyer. This is an elementary principle of evidence, that your lawyer cannot be the one before whom you swear to an oath. So they went to court. They asked the witness who gave evidence, where did you attest to this your evidence? He said, before a notary public. Who was the notary public? He mentioned the name of the lawyer. He said, well, he's in the court today. Yes, point at him. He pointed at his personal lawyer. That was how all their evidence by affidavit was kicked out, because they did not follow the rules of evidence. So the third case, and the most powerful case, which would really have changed everything, was the case of Atiku. In Atiku's case in 2007, what happened? He made a fundamental mistake. He argued that he was excluded from the election. And then he also argued that, oh, his votes were rigged. Those two arguments are mutually exclusive. If you are excluded, you cannot have rigged votes. Do you know that that was a major lawyering error that cost him that case? Why? Because as at that time, exclusion from an election was fatal. Once you prove that you are excluded from an election, the court will annul it and give you another opportunity to run. But because Atiku's lawyers said he was excluded, then tendered ballot boxes showing his name and votes he got, and saying, oh, his votes were cheated, they annulled each other because they disproved his exclusion. Now, let me point out that in that 2007, honestly, Atiku litigated a lot of things, and the court was very dynamic. He won. Remember that he was battling his boss, Obasanjo, who had indicted him in an effort to unseat him from running. Do you know that Atiku went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ordered that he should be allowed to run, and the election had to be postponed, and the ballot boxes that had already been printed were voided, and they used fresh ballot box for him to contest. So part of the reason why he ultimately lost was the court had done everything they asked him to do, including allowing him run, postponing the election and all of that. But then he did himself in by claiming he was excluded and that his votes were rigged. That is not the situation with this case that happened in 2023. And let me explain why. In the 2023 case, the Court of Appeal said that the affidavits and the exhibits should have been filed along with the petition at the time of the filing of the petition, and that the parties did not do that, so it threw away all of their evidence and their case. But let me make something very clear. The law is clear that a party will file his petition, and that the secretary of the tribunal or of the court, election courts, will determine whether his petition is in compliance. And if his petition is not in compliance, the secretary will refuse to file it. What happened? The parties filed their petition, and the secretary of the election
This meeting is being recorded.
Accepted it. That means that she found it to have met the criteria for acceptability. So the court could not come around later and refuse to accept what they submitted, because it's official in the person of the court clerk or the court secretary had reviewed it and come to the determination that it was acceptable for filing. You see, our law allows the secretary of the election courts to do the initial review, and the punishment for not complying is that it will not be accepted, not that the case will be thrown out, based on our election law. And so what happened in this case was truly a travesty, because a court decided that non-compliance with court rules was more important than court non-compliance with election rules. And that is an unfortunate message that it has sent to Nigerians.
Yeah, thank you so very much for that elaborate explanation, sir. I would like to bring in Mr. Rampam. Are you there? The National Chairman, are you there?
Yes, Pastor
Okay.
Lawrence, I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm
Before
enjoying the conversation.
Before you take over, I would like to chip in the 25% of FCT. Maybe you take it up from there, sir.
Look, you see, again, this was another constitutional fraud that occurred. It was a constitutional fraud that occurred. I repeat that. Because the framers of the Constitution were very clear that we needed 25, we needed a percentage of states and the FCT. And the philosophical underpinning was that Abuja is an artificial creation. And people from all over the country are here. So it does not have any dominant composition. It was not like Lagos, where, you know, whether you like it or not, when Lagos was the capital, it was predominantly a Yoruba city. Abuja, till today, most people don't even know the name of the tribe that owns Abuja, the Bagi. Most people don't know the names because they have not been assertive and, you know, loud as Lagosians tend to be. And so in their wisdom, they felt all of the people who live in Abuja are there as indigenes, as citizens of Nigeria without tribal coloration. And they should be given a casting vote, so to say, to recognize their effort in being there. Now, the second constitutional reason why Abuja has that casting vote is Abuja does not have a governor. It's a territory that does not have a governor. So they do not elect, they do not have elected, they do not elect their own governor. Their governor is actually the minister for FCT. And the minister is appointed by the president. And so to give them a sense of belonging in the country so that they do not feel like a colonized people, they said, okay, at least let them be able to decide who the president is, who will give them their minister. So that was the logic behind it. And so for the courts to completely, discountenance the wisdom, the intellect, and the rigorous analysis that produced this item in our constitution, it was truly, truly a travesty.
And some people said they actually killed the constitution. Mr. Rampam, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pastor Lawrence. And Emmanuel Ogebe, it's always been nice hearing you. Now, there's this thing, judiciary being the last hope of the people, of the masses, the last place of resort. Coincidentally, constitutionally, it's also like the last bus stop for electoral justice. Is it now an offense that people should have their eyes on the judiciary when the case deciding their president is in the judiciary, with reference to the mantra that went around just before the elections that the government or those in power decided to see them as opposition? All eyes on the judiciary. What's your take on that, sir?
Well, you see, that is the irony of this situation, in the sense that courts are one of the few public institutions that public access is granted to. You go to any courtroom, there are seats for the public gallery. So it is strange to me that any court will not want its proceedings to be public. It is bizarre that the judiciary recoils at the concept of all eyes on the judiciary. Where did they want our eyes to be? To be on the military? We really have to interrogate what is going on in the mindset of our people. I was very shocked to read some years ago that a judge said in open courts, and people should be careful the way they criticize the government, that is government that pays their salary. And I said to myself, how pedestrian can this individual be that as a judge, he doesn't understand the separation of powers. You know, you cannot be reasoning that, oh, they pay your salary, so what? There are constitutional limits and boundaries for each party. So it was very unfortunate that the judiciary felt the need to push back on the all eyes on the judiciary campaign. That tells you that the people are looking to you as their last hope. And for you to say that they can't even look, that means that, you are up to no good. And that's an unfortunate thing. But there's no legal basis for saying that the public has no right to look into the courts and the proceedings.
Yeah, Mr. Rampan, before you continue, we'll give room for people who might have questions or contribution while we continue. Mr. Rampan, over to you, sir.
Oh, very well, very well. The floor is open before we continue with Barrister Emmanuel. The floor is open. If you want to say a word or two, please you can indicate. And our eyes are open to check, all eyes on the people around. So if you want to do something, please raising up your hand. And while that is going on, I'll just go back quickly to Barrister Emmanuel. From the judgments regarding the presidential elections at the Supreme Court, what is Nigeria's rating? Probably not official, but within the international community in terms of judicial jurisprudence.
Did you say what is Nigeria's rating?
Yes, as in how do the judiciary in the world view the quality of Nigeria's judges?
You see, it's very unfortunate, but Nigeria already had a terribly poor, favorability rating, so to say, in terms of its judiciary. It was so bad that most international commercial contracts for the past decade or so do not select Nigeria as a venue for trials. They select Europe or any other place than Nigeria. So this was the case even before the election petition. Now, to make matters worse, Atiku went to a US federal court and requested the records of Tinubu for his case. Would you believe it that a US federal judge reviewed the case, wrote a 30-page judgment saying the records should be released? Tinubu basically appealed it within the same court. And another judge was asked to review it. She heard the matter. She realized it was urgent. She did her best. And on a Saturday at midnight, released a 30-page judgment providing this and ordering his records to be released. Now, these two did a rapid turnaround on these cases because they realized the importance of producing this valuable evidence to the Nigerian people so that the Nigerian courts could do what was right. And can you imagine how those judges who walked through the weekends must feel to know that their hard work was put to shame by their judicial colleagues in another country who simply basically threw it under the rug. So this is an example of how the nation demeaned itself. But let me give you a further example. In December, in fact, on Christmas Eve, I flew into Nigeria with a client who I had defended at the Indonesian Supreme Court. He was on death row at the time that I came into his case 15 years ago. And when I spoke to the Indonesian ambassador to Nigeria, what can we do about this guy's case? He said, look, the man's case is over. He was convicted at the High Court. He was sentenced to death at the Court of Appeal. And his death sentence was confirmed by the Supreme Court. And the Indonesian ambassador said to me, he said, as a fellow lawyer, I'll give you only one piece of advice. 27 days to his execution, he will be notified. And then you now have a right of appeal with fresh evidence within 27 days. So I got involved. We began collecting evidence around the world. We found out the man was set up. And when he was given notice of his execution date, we submitted our brief. Do you know that after several months, the court called us, we came, we made our presentation, and after a year or so, the court accepted the new evidence that we introduced, 27 days to the execution of our client, and reversed his death sentence. And we flew him back to Nigeria in December. He's in Nigeria now. How can a foreign court spare the life of a Nigerian on death row, someone who was on death row for many years because of new evidence, and then a Nigerian Supreme Court refused to hear new evidence provided to it by brother justices? That just tells you the state of our judiciary.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Rampan, before you continue, a question just came in. You see, we have countries where we practice all this law and all of you, countries of the world, including America. Why is Nigeria different? What do you think is the problem, and what will be the solution? I think as we begin to round up in a few minutes, since we don't have contributors, that question I think is important, sir. What do you think about that?
You see, we are in trouble in this country. The justice sector is basically finished. It is like playing Kalu Kalu. It's a lottery. You don't know what you get at the end of the day. Now, interestingly, one of my staff was recently called to law school. They told them the resumption date was 29th January, but they didn't tell them which campus it is. How can I resume where I don't know? This is a simple matter as school resumption. You know, we have multiple law school campuses. You are supposed to resume on January 29th unfailingly, but you don't know where to resume at. That is the condition of Nigeria now. That is the condition of our legal system. In fact, I feel that as if the law school should be abolished. Why? What will they teach them in law school? Will they teach them the judgment of the Supreme Court on the Plateau primaries, or the judgment of the Court of Appeal on the Plateau primaries? Because the same facts in the same primaries of the same party are two different results. So what are they going to teach our children? I think that at this point they should cancel law school. Just go and try your luck, and just let us know that we've turned the legal system into gambling. Because you walk into a court of law and you don't know what to expect.
Mr. Rampam, are you there?
No longer 4, it is 22. So when you say, how do we correct that? You cannot correct that. You simply cannot. We have to have a fresh start, because this current country, as currently constituted, is nothing more than a penal colony. That is why people are trying to run out. Nigeria is a prison. Law enforcement are prison guards. That is why we're suffering every day. In fact, elections should be abolished in Nigeria. Why? Because when you have an election, you come in with somebody new who now makes life hard for you. If there was no election in May, we will still be suffering Buharism. But because there was an election, we're all now suffering Tinuburism. So it would almost have been better for us to continue suffering under Buharism than this one now. You see? So, I'm sorry to say, right now, there is simply no hope. There's simply no hope for Nigeria. We have to restart the country from ground floor. However it is done, whether it's a revolution, whatever, right now, There's no law in this country. This is a lawless country. There's no law.
That's a very strong way of putting it, and it is really, really pathetic for us in Nigeria to
Very
be facing.
pathetic, very serious issue. This is serious.
We will even be having elections this year. We have local government elections, we have off-circles elections, before even the main elections, Pastor Lawrence. This is.
Sorry, Mr. Rampam, somebody is raising hand so that you take notes.
Oh yeah, please go on.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your remarks. And you see, a few days ago, I gave an interview, and people were asking me, what is my advice to this government on the way forward? And I said, listen, I am in a dilemma. I used to advise and criticize the Buhari regime because they were stupid. Buhari lacked any intellectual depth. He was basically a moron. So you felt a duty to advise them. How do you advise a criminal? Because this man is criminally intelligent and he has captured the state. I want us to be very clear. We are under state capture. A band of criminals sat down together, devised the abduction of a criminal. And I have to tell you this is the truth of the situation in Nigeria. It is better to be a politician than to be a bank robber. If you rob a bank today, you have to go and rob another one next month when the money you stole is finished. But if you're a politician, you can rob daily for 4 years and rob daily for another 4 years. And so a lot of criminals changed their business model, and instead of risking their lives at the bank in case police might shoot them, they decided to risk their lives at the poll because the risk was lower and the reward was higher. It is kind of the way that Fulani herdsmen discovered that trekking up and down with cattle is not as profitable as kidnapping an infidel. And that's why the Fulanis are the biggest, kidnapping franchise in West Africa right now, because it is more profitable. A cow, how long will you take to fatten a cow? But when you kidnap somebody, this same week, you collect ransom. So that's the same principle that the politicians and criminals are applying. And if you look at the top echelon of this so-called government, they are criminals. The top echelon, people who in different jurisdictions have been indicted, suspended, expelled, deported. Those are the people running your country right now. And if you know the level of looting that is going on, that is why the Naira has crashed against the dollar. Because they're buying all the dollars to export their money.
Sorry, we have to pause it for a moment. We have Mr. Okoye. Please, your hand is raised up. Can you give us your thoughts? We have 2 minutes to round up.
Thank you, Pastor Lawrence. And my question is really about the Supreme Court judgment that was delivered. Can just
You see,
This meeting is being recorded.
that we say that the law ends at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court is a policy court. Now, recently I was speaking to a retired Supreme Court judge, and he was of the view that there was a mechanism to fix the Plateau State dilemma, where the Supreme Court ruled one thing on the same set of facts and law and validated the governor, but the Court of Appeal ruled the opposite on the same facts and law and invalidated the National Assembly members. And so his lordship showed me a few examples of actions that could be taken to address it. And I said to my lord, I said, sir, I like the idea you're mooting, but the problem is once we do that, we open the floodgates of litigation. Every politician will come out and insist that the same thing must happen to him. Now, in the last election, there were about 1,700 election petitions filed, just this 2023. And I think it exceeded the number of petitions filed in 2007, which was 1,400. But can you imagine how overwhelmed the courts will be when things of that nature happen? So there's a policy component to the way decisions are made. And frankly, I do not see any policy component that the Supreme Court made. In fact, their decision basically weakened the Constitution of Nigeria. There's no safeguard anymore in the Constitution of Nigeria on the basis of who can be president. They have watered down and devalued the potency of the Constitution. Now, every criminal, Dick and Harry, with a terrible past can just come and use that judgment as the basis for contesting and not the Constitution.
Thank you so very much, my co-host, Mr. Rampam. I think our time is up, and we have to call it a day. Team Elumba is already standing by to take over.
Mr. Kevin, I'm going to sue you for my 10 minutes that you took in the last segment, which you did not refund to me. It is not fair. Okay, I dash you. I yield.
We temper justice with mercy.
Thank you very much, and condolences to you on this pathetic day.
The February 25th electoral cycle translates into 24 years of uninterrupted electoral cycle, the longest in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation. In my own opinion, I would like to say that this election was the most anticipated election in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism amongst local and international observers that this election would come with more improvements than others.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I want to share my thoughts on what I feel about the Nigerian February 25th, 2023 presidential election. It is a critical time for our nation and these are the issues that need our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old respectively.
Hello, good day. My name is Dennis Godwin. Now, following the outcome of the election, I would say that Nigeria still have a very long way to go in election matters.
To be sincere with ourselves, February 25th every year supposed to be anniversary for this Nigeria. Every Nigerian knows say na February 25th, 2023, na him our big men for this country carry their lie, deceit and open thief, take so smelly clothes, wear them without shame. They waka for our country reach today.
Today, I'm going to share my thought with you about the Nigerian 25th February 2023 presidential election. A former president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, and the National INEC chairman promised us Nigerians a good, incredible, transparent, free and fair election, which turned out to be our worst nightmare.
The recording has
I'll be
stopped.
exploring the three prominent candidates, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Obedient of the Labour Party, Bola Ahmed Asiwaju Tinubu, Batifad of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, articulated of the People's Democratic Party.
So what's an election? An election is a formal process where people choose individuals to hold public offices or decide on specific issues. And we're not going to be looking at the aspect of deciding on specific issues you're making decision. We're going to be looking at the aspect of choosing individuals to hold public offices. Don't talk about election. Eligible citizens, I'm not Nigeria, citizens from 18 years and above are the ones that are eligible to vote their representative.
It was an election that was so greatly anticipated by an average Nigerian with so much energy and hope that it's gonna be the only vital avenue for salvaging the situation of the nation.
Our president, they say there is nothing I can do. So me, there is nothing I can say. I will carry on. If I feel close my see myself for Canada, but I collect more. I don't come back. This country, nothing I can do.
Two things were unprecedented about the 2023 general elections. First was the stout political rallies held by Nigerians across Nigeria even before electioneering campaigns kicked off. Second was the use of beavers. Nigerians were given repeated assurances that beavers would not falter, that beavers would work. Unfortunately, all these were rendered completely useless when the electoral body intentionally refused or failed to transmit results online.
This is the first DDM video competition. No glitches.
A, B, C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Can we move on, please?
Hello, some people are singing. Hello, some people are singing on the program. Some people are singing. Hello, some people are singing. Hello, some people are singing. Hello, some people are.
Person has been muted. Person has been muted. You can go on, sir.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we all are already aware, this is the Diaspora Digital Media Special Nigeria 2023 Presidential Election Anniversary Telethon. It's an opportunity for us to rehash the events of the past 1 year and ask ourselves how markets. If I had opportunity, I would have shared a video of a Nigerian who made a video of himself where he was asking various people's groups, parties, and individuals how markets, how they have fared, how they think they have fared so far after 1 year. Joining us on the program this evening will be Dr. Tanko Yunusa. He was a spokesman of the Labour Party during the 2023 presidential election. And then also joining us will be brother, Professor Bolaji Aloko. He will also be giving us his 2 pence on how markets. And under this segment, we'll be talking about precisely what, oh, 1 second, yes. We'll be talking precisely the obedient movement versus the Emiloko and Gbado politics. Nigerians, now that you have tested both, you are in a position to give the verdict. Our guest speaker, I also invited another guest speaker, but I'm here to observe his presence in the person of Barrister Frank Tietie. Barrister Frank Tietie, please, if you are in the audience, can you make us know you are present? If not, we'll find a way to reach out to him. In the meantime, Dr. Tanko Yunusa, please, can you unmute yourself and tell us how markets with the obedient movement versus the Emiloko and Agbado politics?
Okay. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me apologize for my background. I'm actually in Kefi. Kefi is in Nasarawa State in north central Nigeria. Interestingly, I also just left Warri. Warri is in Delta State, south of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So just to tell you that even as part of the lesson learned, we are still crisscrossing Nigeria to see how we can make it better. Now, in retrospect, if we are to go back and to what we were before we got to where we are and what the future looked like, we may go back in a little bit of history. During the 2023 campaign, when INEC actually opened its portals for registration of voters, it was evident that the Nigerian youth
This meeting
were
is being
interested
recorded.
in what INEC was actually presenting and bringing to the table. A while ago, I was just reading the documents that INEC was defending so vociferously as regard to the process of the election, which was highly documented and highly acceptable by all. I remember with nostalgia when INEC was actually practicing reporting of results to the general public. And at that time, they used the Vivas machine as a way of reporting results in Edo State and Ondo State. It worked so marvelously well. Results were transmitted as real time. Many people who became reporters at each polling unit, creating all kind of insinuation as regard to who won election and who lost election at the polling unit, were almost like out of market because INEC was reporting the results accordingly, and it all tallied with the expectation of the people. That was like 4 years ago. So with that euphoria, a lot of people were so determined that, okay, INEC might do the right thing under the leadership of Professor Mahmoud Yakub, whom I know very well, to be interested in using the instrumentality of the law as a defense for him to establish result of elections. Unfortunately, that did not play out after the election in 2023. But the pointer here is, during that particular registration period, the Nigerian youth came out en masse, irrespective of their religion, tribe, and creed. They came out and registered. According to the record, 12.5 million of them actually registered to vote. But don't forget that at that time too, many of our clans came out in mobilizing towards having an egalitarian and sustainable political party under the leadership of Professor Pat Otomi. The National Consultative Front was the anchor of the political parties that may be used by the obedient movement. Or, as we will have it, we were not having Peter Obi as our anchor man as at that time. But the moment we announced on the 25th of September 2021 or so, or 2022, that we actually have adopted the Labour Party as our ticket, as our vehicle for electioneering, Peter Obi joined and won the primary election on the 30th in Asaba. On that day, a new leadership, a new political spectrum was born, and the obedient movement moved in gallantly into the Labour Party. But from the lesson learned, we had a tripartite triangle of fate, which I call triangle of fate. We have the obedient movement on the left of the triangle. We have the Labour Party on the right of the triangle. And then we have the campaign council of the obedient movement and Labour Party at the top. Our lesson as at that time that was learned was that there need to be a synergy between these 3 pointers. Unfortunately, we were not quick in establishing that particular fact. So other political parties who are our adversary took advantage of it and went to the market and tried to tout us at that we don't have structure, that is actually just 3 persons on the internet trying to mobilize Nigerians to win election. But behold, that 3 persons that they were talking about become a giant movement that they could not even contend with. Interestingly, where we found ourselves was that we were able to mobilize Nigerian youth, and even the ladies, the younger girls, were more interested in actually having an Obi as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So the movement galvanized a lot of support and love. You may be interested to note that while we were mobilizing on the social media and trying to galvanize Nigerians, a lot of people also blacklisted us names like Obidiot, Biafra, all kinds of names that we are very, very responsible and antagonistic to anybody who is against the obedient movement. But I actually differ. I differ because the Nigerian youth have been used for a very long time and been weaponized against the sovereignty of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And how do I mean so? Those who are already in position of power actually enhance and empower these youth to manipulate, kill, maim, and insult, intimidate anybody who is trying to give this country a new lease of life and making it.
This meeting is being recorded.
So therefore, during that registration, what happened was that many of these youth were intimidated, were being attacked, stabbed, called all kinds of names, and nobody did anything about it. That was the beginning of the pointer of the revelation of what happened in the election in 2023. I was in Lagos, and I saw how our members were being attacked. Some were being killed. Some were being maimed. Some were being intimidated. Use any negative word that you can use to describe how we were being dehumanized just because we want to vote for Peter Gregory Obi. At the end of it all, they manipulated the system brazenly, unbelievable, with a lot of disdain and disgusting attempts. The question is, how can you have 3 elections on the same day? These elections were Federal House of Representatives, the Senate, and then the presidential election. Using the same server, using the same process of reporting the result. And at the end of it all, you were only able to report the Federal House of Reps, the Senate, and then a glitch, the powerful glitch, God knows where it comes from, happened on that day of the election against only the presidential election. And that was mischievously, meticulously calculated manipulation of the will and vote of the people. So I saw the ingenuity on their manipulative system. But then my question was, that particular act couldn't have happened if somebody was not held responsible. Because somebody is in charge of that particular transmission of result, who is in charge of the technology that was installed. Huge sum of money were being introduced into this particular election, both locally and internationally. Yet one person decided to manipulate the system. You know, before in our electioneering, it is actually the individuals that have been always been bought. Maybe like they call it stomach infrastructure. But this time around, we witnessed the bizarre purchase of our two, the judiciary, thirdly, the security. So while the institutions were completely being manipulated and being bought over, it becomes so easy for the Lord of the Sky to take over the structure of all elections processes in Nigeria. And that was how the mandate of the Nigerian people was stolen on the 23rd of February 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, my historical background and what we found ourselves is just to remind us of the challenges, of the drawbacks, and the level of insanity that we found ourselves. Going forward, a lot of people will have been saying now, what do we do? Because I've always liked to present a situation where I look in the past, I look at the present situation, and I try to provide a solution as the best way as I can. I have observed with serious, deep scholarly thinking, I observed that the Nigerian situation has been deliberately being made so because of the interest of those who enjoy the power game. And believe me, it is not about tribe or religion or where you come from. It's about power. When they want to get power, they don't think about religion. They can use it as a weapon to get to where they want to get to. But once they get that particular power, go and see them in the middle of the night when they share the loot. They don't really care where you come from. As long as they can share the loot and steal the mandate of the people and our collective resources. So for me, what I would advise strongly that we should do as a people, number one, we must advocate strongly too. I've seen a lot of issues on protests about hunger and the rest of them. I agree perfectly well. But what solution? We can only do a protest for 2 or 3 days, and then they come up with their misgiving palliative, and then the Nigerian people will keep quiet, and again, it is roller coaster, and they continue. We must demand. This will be a very strong debate, a movement. We must demand for a constitutional reform. The constitutional reform should be vis-a-vis the Electoral Act. I say this with a lot of patriotism because Justice Mohammed Uwais' report, including, interestingly, Festus Okoye happened to be part of that particular Justice Uwais committee on electoral reform. But unfortunately, when he got into that particular INEC commission, he was doing otherwise. Well, he who pays the piper, they say, dictate the tones. We must demand for a constitutional review vis-a-vis the Electoral Act. The process in which the INEC and Independent Electoral Commission is institutionalized must be revisited. Must be revisited. For those of them who think that when they are in the National Assembly, that they can do this, they can take care of the law to suit them, just like the way they tackled or they manipulate the process of election, having the presidential election and the Federal House of Representatives and Senate election coming first, then taking it down to the local government and then the governorship election, which is supposed to be the other way around. We must think fast that they will be out of that particular place if they don't put the right laws in place so that they can benefit from it in the future. This is a warning. So therefore, they must institutionalize a new electoral act that will take care of the recruitment process of INEC itself. INEC chairman cannot be under the whims and caprices of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because he is the one that appoints and he can decide to actually, relieve him or sack him of that particular position, even though some will say it is not possible. But with the kind of disdain and violent way in which these particular governments act, they can do and undo and put the Constitution in abeyance using the instrumentality of the law. We have already seen it happening. So therefore, we must demand that the Electoral Act and the Constitution must follow Justice Mohammed Uwais' report, which says that INEC itself must be balkanized into three commissions. One, the Enforcement Commission. Two, the Electoral Commission. Thirdly, the Delineation Commission. If you use this as a focal point of protest, we may be able to get closer into solving most of our problems. And the Electoral Act itself must also be made in such a way that it does not give room for any form of lacuna that can be manipulated by our judiciary, so that elections should be done and dusted at the polling unit, not creating job for the boys, where the legal angle will not benefit so humongously. And then at the end of it all, giving power to those who do not deserve it. This is an angle that we need to really face as collective as possible. Yes, some are also saying that we should look at the issue of parliamentary system of government against federal system of government. Well, for me, both can play out if they are being effectively being put into place. Yes, I agree there will be a check on balances when you use the parliamentary system of government and the rest of them. But when or how do we make this particular process happen, changing it from a deep root to a reality that we are hoping? Maybe in no distant time, if the debate starts, and I know a lot of people will shoot it down before we go to the state and then agreeing on that position. Then thirdly, there must be a serious advocacy to the electorate about our divide. People should know that election and selecting the person that will lead us does not necessarily have to be.
Sorry, hello team. We have 3 speakers on this platform, on this segment, and they are all here.
Okay, I would have been guided if I was given a particular time. Then I will know that I will be speaking just for a few minutes. So forgive me for when you interrupted me. The host will have just given me a particular time. But in the interest of the timing in which you have just postulated, I yield the mic. Thank you.
Okay. I don't think Mr. Tim is around. Maybe he's having issues with it, which is network. Okay.
I think I am back.
Okay.
Couple of issues there. Thank you, Mr. Kelvin.
Okay.
Thank you for holding the brief there for me. So, Mr. Dr. Yunus, I think we so much appreciate your input, and we hope you will stand by if someone will have a question for you. Having said that, I want to inform us that two of our guests, Barrister Ifeanyi Nriandike and Barrister Frank Ketie, and the block. So I think we have a full house here. Before we move on to, can we quickly invite let's quickly invite Professor Mobolaji Aluko.
Good evening, everybody.
At this juncture, I will beg you. Thank you, Prof.
Am I on? Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir. Please go on, sir.
Very good. Good evening, everybody. First, I want to thank Daniel Elumba for inviting me to this. I guess it's a summit or a a dialogue.
Yeah.
I have known Daniel for quite a while. I don't think I've ever met him, but we are long-term internet chatters, let's put it that way. And all through the election process, I knew him to be on the other side of the divide. And I was firmly on the APC divide. I am currently a commissioner for infrastructure and public utility in the APC government of Ekiti State. I have known the President Bola Tinubu as a pro-democrat since 1993, 1994. I am a strong supporter of his presidency. I've also known Alhaji Atiku since he was actually an ACN or presidential candidate. If there was anybody, any politician I've taken money from just once in my life, it was Alhaji Atiku. I also know Peter Obi when he was governor of Anambra State. I was abroad then, and I had a friend who we had some commercial engagement with him when he was governor. I state all of this to put my presence here in context, that in general, even the title of this piece, the obedient movement and a Milokon/Agbado politics, indicates that I'm in fairly hostile territory. But I'm ready for that. I think I was hearing Emmanuel Ogebe speak earlier. Again, Ogebe is a longtime friend. Just this past Sunday, I was in Asaba with several other commissioners for water in the country, trying to come up with how best to improve the water situation in the country. Tomorrow I will be in Abuja. I'm speaking from my room in Ado-Ekiti. Tomorrow I will be in Abuja with 35 other power and electricity commissioners on Tuesday and Wednesday, discussing on how the electricity situation in country will improve, especially in light of the Electricity Act, in light of the Electricity Amendment signed by Buhari and the Electricity Act signed by President Tinubu. We will be discussing for 2 days how the states will ensure that things go well. I'm saying this because a year after the elections, while some people are still, yes, unhappy about the outcome, still wishing that their candidate would have been president, the country is moving on. The country has to move on, despite all the challenges that we have. Foreign exchange challenges, food challenges, electricity challenges. The country will have to contend with the challenges that it faces based on an outcome of an election, contested or not, of February 25, 2023. There are people, and when I talk about commissioners of water, they are all from all the political parties. There are those from Abia State that's LP, those from other states that are PDP and APC. In the 36, it comes from all political parties. So a mature way to look at governance is after an election has been held, after court processes have been done, after the Supreme Court has ruled, we must move on so that those who wish their candidate to continue to be relevant may either return to their states and see how they can improve the lot of those states, or be good, loyal opposition, encouraging the present government to do what is right and stating what they believe should be done when they are wrong. That is mature governance. Let me now go actually to the election itself. I'm sure many of you know that I write a lot about Nigerian politics. I've been writing about Nigeria since my time in the United States for almost 2-3 decades before I came to Nigeria in 2011 to Bayelsa State as a pioneer VC and now in government in Ekiti State. I was a diaspora who criticized about things in Nigeria, and I felt when there was an opportunity to come and serve, I have come and served, and I'm staying to contribute my lot to the improvement of the country. Let's go to the election itself. Those who read me knew that I indicated that there was no way Peter Obi and Atiku would win that election when they had divided themselves between PDP and Labour Party. There was a chance for them to win in either way. In fact, if you add the votes of Atiku and the votes of Obi, they are over that of Tinubu in the presidential election. Divided the sphere. That is an axiom, a maxim, that divided they fell. And that was first an outcome. The second outcome was that there was an inflated expectation of an outcome based on what I would call rigged opinion polls. There was such a high expectation from opinion polls that were laughable. Nigeria and Nigerians are so divided among ethnicity, economic wherewithal, religion, gender, that it's almost impossible to devise a statistical means of getting the views of Nigerians from whether it is a phone poll or a documented poll, for you to be able to know what Nigerians will do on election day. And yet we were inundated by polls. Peter, at Edo Peter site, this, that. So Peter Obi is 34%, 43%, 80%. Laughable. So there was an inflated expectation of winning. So that when he did not win, there was also a big depression about loss. There was no way he could have won based on those polls. The third issue had to do with beavers. Beavers, IREV. And I would end a little bit there on beavers and IREV. Leading up to the election, first I would blame Professor Mahmood for also giving an inflated view of the impact of what beavers would be or the IREV will be relative to this process. Okay, he gave an inflated view of the actual impact of beavers, of IREV, relative to the process. IREV was an assurance mechanism. It was not a certifying mechanism. The fact that IREV worked or not had nothing to do with the real results. They could have been rigged, they could have been correct, but IREV itself had nothing to do. It was just a mechanism to let those who are watching to see what was going on. It did not change the results on the field. If the results were rigged, IREV did not change it. If they were not rigged, IREV did not change it. And the fact And I will tell you that leading up to that election, there were lots of, what will I say, probably childish assertions that they were going to ensure that nothing would happen to Ireland, that we're going to somehow get into the INEC records. I mean, I read it. People who were saying that they were internet gurus, computer gurus. They will get into INEC's machine. I will not doubt it if, in fact, the glitch by INEC was a deliberate glitch to prevent such an occurrence. I would not doubt it. Nobody has said so, but I would not doubt it. Finally, the issue of the Supreme Court. A Supreme Court or any court only rules based on what is before it. In 2007, I took part in Governor Fayemi of Ekiti's campaign to reclaim his mandate over Oni in Ekiti State. For 3 years, he tried to do that. And what the court insisted upon, forget about all the peripherals, certificates, this, that. What you have to show is that the numbers, the figures provided by INEC are not the figures provided by INEC from another credible source of INEC. Period. You have to use INEC's figures to disprove INEC. You cannot use your own figures, or you cannot ask the court to go to the market to look for new figures. The only way to turn, according to the elections, after you have disposed of pre-election issues, the only way judges will counsel an election after it has disposed of pre-election issues is to use INEC's figures to disqualify INEC's figures. And none of the petitioners was able to do that. None. There was not Obi, not Atiku could give, there were, I don't remember, 176,000 polling units. I did not see any figures or enough figures to disqualify what INEC had presented. So the petition was dead on arrival, even to a non-lawyer like myself, not to talk of Emmanuel Ogebe and other people. My final question has to do with the fact
we do not have much.
Yeah, just the final issue has to do with how we go forward. I believe that our elections will be credible when we remove human intervention. We must go to full digital voting, where from the point where you press the name of your candidate, it goes straight somewhere, and not I vote in my polling unit, somebody writes something down, takes it to the ward unit, somebody takes it from the ward unit, goes to the local government, somebody takes it from local government, goes to the state. We must remove the human element to the greatest amount possible from that of from the electoral process. And I agree with Dr. Unisa that we must unbundle INEC. INEC is doing too much. INEC cannot register parties and then conduct the election and then prosecute, sanction people and so on. No, we should not. And I think too, at some point that we may actually try to see whether the states can just run these elections themselves, and but under very strong scrutiny. let me yield at that point. And again, I want to thank the Lumber or the Lumber family. I know there's Tim and there is Daniel. There may be other Lumbers floating somewhere. I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your input. We really appreciate that. I hope you will still be around. If in case any of our audience, any member of the audience will have a question for you, so that you make some more clarifications. But before we do that, let's yield place for our two of our guests. Let's hear have their 2 pence. Then from there, we now go to our audience. Please, Mr. Frank Tietie, can you unmute yourself and give us your 2 pence on the issue of obedience versus Miloko?
But Stefan Realike is there. He's the third person in this segment.
There is a mix-up somewhere. Stefan Realike was originally on your list, not on my list. So by the time I saw that, it was already late. But we will still have time for him, please. It's just a 5-10 minutes difference. So please, quickly, Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank Tietie?
All right, I can hear you. I'm just trying to struggle. I'm actually using the tablet. All right, thank you. Thank you, team, for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Go on.
All right, thank you so much. I listened keenly to Dr. Unisa on YouTube before I switched to Zoom. He is as usually as spirited as possible that he can always be. I thank him for the balance that he usually brings to the conversation, not necessarily because of the official role he had in the Labour Party in the build-up to the election, but the standpoint he holds are quite nationalistic and patriotic. So this gives me opportunity to directly commend him. I also will not forget that Professor Aluko has been quite active, more than active for his age. It's difficult to find any young person that can actually compete with him when it comes to engagement.
I'm 68 years old. 68
Indeed.
years old.
Indeed.
68. 69 next month.
I know that, Prof. I'm commending you because this is the second time I'm seeing you actively engaging when people of your mates and people who even have greater responsibilities in government take it as an opportunity to always run away from engagement with young people, but you're always available. The last time I hosted a meeting on the state of Nigerian universities where I copiously referred to your time as Vice Chancellor in Niger Delta University was quite engaging. That was when your friend in California, Tony Daudu, actually invited and organized that meeting. So thank you, Prof, for all of this. Dr. Unisa and Professor Aluko have made very fine points, but I'd like to speak to briefly to the topic we're discussing. Well, obedience, Milokon, and Agbado. I think what's important is we need to tone down the vitriolic rhetoric about our politics. I like when Professor Aluko steps up his intellectual standpoint and then he engages. And on that basis, he's unafraid to engage any matter. I think the acerbic nature of our politics is destructive to the idea of nation building. The contestation for power has become something that is akin to literal war, and we become permanently divided in addition to the
divisions that have torn us to the point of, that torn us apart, even to the point of civil war. So our politics presently, in the emergence of the obedient movement and the self-entitlement mentality of Milokon, together with the principle of, an Agbado politics, even in the current midst of hunger that is inexplicable, because I believe that our country does not have any reason to be hungry. So the team had said, well, we refer to it aptly as my 2 cents. In this regard, considering that as a practicing lawyer and then mainstream news analyst on Arise News, the goal has been objectivity, lack of, not taking sides. But I owe myself and those who I am privileged to be listening to me the duty for truth, the duty to truth. We are missing the big point, as I conclude. We're missing the big point of nationhood. We are so disunited. And I cite the example because I lived through vividly and with so much strong, vivid memory of 1984, when General Buhari and Tunde Idiagbon took over power. I recall the days of General Babangida, General Abacha. I recall the emergence of the new democracy we practice very strongly as a lawyer under Olusegun Obasanjo. What we have seen so far is that there is there's a degeneracy in the current politics we are playing. And we must learn. I'm watching the American politics going on in the build-up to the November elections. I'm seeing the banters being thrown between Trump and Nikki Haley, and then even as the fights between the dirty politics between the Democrats and the Republicans in trying to bring down Donald Trump. Donald Trump believes that American politics has degenerated, has descended to that of the third world, of third world countries like Nigeria, where opposition is obliterated. That is an indication of the fall of the great United States. Professor Luko can attest to that, having been someone who went to school in the US. I close by saying that we cannot continue to live as if the end of our existence as peoples, and then ultimately as a country building towards nationhood, we cannot conclude that the end is tussle, power for power, struggle for power at all costs. We cannot afford that. If we do, we will be a country that is only united when it is playing football, or either in the AFCON or the World Cup. We must begin to try to create certain convergence where all of us can agree, especially in the determination, in the definition of our Nigerianness, in order for us to be able to have some peculiar, ethics. I would refer to as ethos, national ethos, that will bind us together first. And then we have a set of standards by which we can judge all of us so that we can clearly know when the INEC chairman is deviating, when the president is deviating, when presidential aspirants in their contestation for power are actually becoming enemies of progress, all in the name of grabbing power. I think we have a major challenge in nation building. I will rest at this point in the hope that we will have Dr. Unisa and Professor Luko coming to address the various various issues that we have this opportunity to raise at this time. Thank you very much, team, and the organizers of this diaspora digital engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. We really appreciate that. And well, I want to apologize to my audience if you're having a crackling noise at my background. It's because my neighbor just turned on the generator. As a generator nation, we will be kind to please bear with us as it is. Meanwhile, okay. I'm still waiting to hear from our audience. Okay. Before we call on Mr. Realike, there is a little quick movements going on at the background, so we will wait a little before we have a decision on that. So for now, please, we want the members of the audience, if you have a new question for our three of our guests that have spoken so far on this, can you indicate by raising your hand? We already have some hands in the air. We have Mr. HTM Okoye. Please tell us who you are directing your question to so that the person will respond.
Yeah, my question.
Mr. Okoye, you have our ears.
Yeah, thank you. My question goes to the Professor Aleko. And the question goes like this. I heard him say, talk so much about his belief in President Asiwaju, regards to him being a Democrat and all that. So my question is, at what point does this belief start to wane? Because we know the nature of belief. Being a professor, that you believe something doesn't necessarily mean that you know that thing very, very well. And, in terms of leadership, does he think that that belief also will hold, irrespective of the sort of, the health of that person that he believed in, irrespective of his well-being and his articulation, and whether that person is going, say now, at what point does this belief hold, or does he hold at all time, whenever he comes out, he must believe in him? At what point does this belief hold? Thank you, Professor.
I smile. If I should I respond?
Go on, please.
Yes,
go on.
Yeah, I smile at Mazi Okoye's question, because immediately after President Tinubu was elected, all his senility and his wet pad and his stuttering and all that, and his imminent death, all of it seemed to have disappeared to a lot of extent after his election. I tell you, I've known him since 1994, 1993, 1994. And when he writes, his right hand has always been unsteady, okay? So since that time, but he is right upstairs. Now, my belief in him, let me get it very clear. Okay, he's just a few years older than myself, and we're in pro-democracy. I was not from the state. My belief in him is not funny. It's not as if he is my leader. It has nothing close to my understanding of Awo's leadership. Okay? But I know that of all the presidents that have won election in this country, he is the best prepared. Most of the others have been accidental presidents, either because they did an election, or they did a coup, became president, or a military government was living and installed them, or somebody who was installed died and they succeeded. If you look at every single president that we've had, it has been an accidental issue. And here's a person who has been for a long time trying to be governor until he said, "Èmi ló kàn." That "èmi ló kàn" is an entitlement statement in Yoruba, but it's also an issue that I am prepared. Every one of us prays that the next big opportunity, ìwọ ló kàn. Mazi Okoye, you have prayed at some point, looking at a particular position coming, that may it be God's pleasure to put you in that position because you think you are able to succeed in it. My only hope and prayer is that the policies he has put in place, along with other people, will be given some chance to succeed, and that he will be flexible enough to change those policies when he sees that they are not working the way they are. That is robust leadership. Okay? I was in the United States in the first year or two when Obama was president. And the Republicans did not give him a chance. Some of the policies he did, he gave money to the big business. He said there were some that were too big to fail. There was a lot of accusation against him. He did not. What he did not start to yield any success until almost 2 years. And within a short time, those people we gave money to paid back, and they started to see things pick up. Even he barely did not succeed in winning his election 4 years later. But he is now ranked the 7th best president in the whole of America, after the big president, before Clinton, before Reagan. That is how history judges people. So 1 year into Tinubu's presidency, yeah, things are tough. For many of us who are on this program, we are all the elite. We may be saying below power, we are hungry. None of us is that hungry. The real hungry people know who they're hungry. We just need to be a little bit patient, especially the sub-nationalities. We should hold our state governors accountable, hold our local government chairmen accountable. Some of the money that is being ferreted to them should be used well at those levels, and we will see that things will improve. Thank you, Mazi.
All right. We have another hand. Dr. Anongo Moses, please can you ask your question and tell us directly your question?
I am here. I am
so
here.
You will respond accordingly also.
Okay.
No,
thank you
you
very
are
much.
a co-host. Wait first. We want to
Okay, thank you.
to talk to our visitors.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, my question is to Prof. I so much cherish his analysis, but I have issues with few areas he touched, especially the area of the judiciary. When he praised the Supreme Court for doing the job which they were supposed to do. Now, my question is, by the time the Supreme Court took up this matter, the matter was at the Presidential Tribunal. It was after that it was moved to the Supreme Court. And if actually Prof was following the proceedings in the court, the issue was not only about the actual votes that were counted during the election. The issues were actually about qualification criteria. And one of the issues was the issue of Mr. Tinubu giving conflicting information in his academic credentials, which were proven beyond reasonable doubt. Prof, are you saying that issue too did not constitute, how do you call it in law, when you lie on oath? Don't you think those issues were not qualified to discredit Mr. Tinubu? That's question number one. Two, you actually talking about the capacity, the preparedness of Mr. Tinubu to handle the affairs of Nigeria. I am sure you equally understood before now that Mr. Tinubu was a man who stood solid, firmly behind General Muhammadu Buhari to win his election. And he was in that government. Whatsoever advice that government needed to better the lives of Nigerians, he was there with the president. But that government happened to be the worst government in the history of Nigeria so far. I would have said these few days of Tinubu are the worst, but since that government has ended, let me not conclude because I don't know when the government of Tinubu will end and how the condition will be tomorrow. Don't you think that the same condition we faced under Buhari when Tinubu was his core supporter is the same thing that is playing today? These are just the two questions I want clarification from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name, but I think we put too much power. I think we put too much power on Tinubu to say he was solely behind Buhari. Buhari was elected twice by millions of votes. How could we put all the blame of Buhari's activities on Tinubu, who was a single citizen like you and I? We put too much power on Tinubu to say he was solely. Yeah, he may have been very supportive of him. I too was supportive of him. I was disappointed by some of the things that occurred, but to solely blame him is wrong. In any case, despite all of that, people made a judgment that despite some people thinking he was the one who caused Buhari's issue, despite the fact that Buhari was APC, despite all of that, they went to vote and he got the maximum number of votes. You and I may dispute that, but the basis of democratic electoral democracy is that people make a judgment of all that have happened about the party, about a particular person, and they weigh based on certain issues. You know, it's not an election is not a one issue election. You look at the person, the programs, the policies, his past, all of those things. You put weights on all of them. You compare with the next candidate. Then you go and put your vote for that one person. So this is not a papacy. We're not voting among perfect people. We are voting among imperfect people, and we must understand that. Final point has to do with the Supreme Court. I don't want to relitigate. I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, I don't want to relitigate the Supreme Court issues. But the Supreme Court had certain evidence before it. The judges had certain evidence before, and they came to some conclusion. You and I are not on the bench. Whether it was because they were paid, or whether it was because they looked at their legal understanding, they came to a decision. It is for us as mature citizens to accept the decision of the Supreme Court. I may not agree with it. Even in the United States, the president will come out and say, I don't agree with it. Then he will make a judgment. If it is something that he can legislate so that the next time the Supreme Court does not have that same power, fine. So what I'm getting at is that every one of us, to look at what the Supreme Court agreed to or made a judgment about. If there are certain things so clear that we think they should not have made that decision, let us go to our legislators and ensure that that decision is not made, it cannot be made by Supreme Court. But until that occurs, it is part of democratic maturity to accept the rulings of a Supreme Court until laws are made that tie their hands. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your input. And before we take any other question, please, we want to hear from our guests. Barrister Ifeanyi Olayalike, so that we'll be rounding up this segment and give room for the next. Our time is already well spent. So, Barrister Ifeanyi Olayalike, please kindly speak up. Kindly speak up. I can't hear from Barrister Ifeanyi.
I think I'm barely hearing anyone. Okay. Mr. Tim, I think we just
okay. If for any reason he left, before he comes back to can you please mute?
This meeting is being recorded.
Yes, I think just dropped his hand. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Femi Alaro, your question addressed.
Mr. Tim.
Want me to go ahead? So if you have a question, but if not, then I have a question. Quick question and question. So I want to mention, and like you said, I'll say this about.
Thank you for your question. I will also respond to you by quoting the Yoruba adage that says, ẹni tó bá béèrè ẹni tó pa bàbá ẹ̀, ọwọ́ ẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ti kan idà. Meaning the person who asks for his father's, who asks who the murderer of his father is, had better have his hand on the hilt of the murder weapon. This is one of the biggest plights of President Tinubu and his cohorts. For example, the dollar naira variation that we've been seeing is abnormal. There is manipulation behind it that is abnormal. And he has to have a strong handle on our currency and on our banks. Our banks are the culprit behind the situation that we are in. And unfortunately, the very regulator of our bank, the CBN, during the Buhari administration, went to town to turn this country into a bazaar, turn this country into a forex bazaar. And that's what we are getting now. And what's happening is that it is spiraling. And the government, the Tinubu government must have a strong shock and awe attempt at controlling movements in the bank, whether it is excess dollars in their vaults, whether it is the bureau de change, whether it is the traders at the motor parks and hotels asking you whether you need $1, all of those. There must be first a strong arm tactic on controlling our forex. In addition, of course, to clear discipline among his own staff, his own officials, about discipline, about lack of foreign travel, use of need for dollars. In addition to ensuring that we can produce petrol, diesel, and PMS locally rather than importing, reducing importation of food, all of those. He must take those stands. But in addressing the banks, we know that these are powerful people who have used their money to buy the loyalty even of churches. Many of these people who have stolen money give money to Redeemed Church, to Anglican Church, to Catholic Church, to the mosques, who pray for them. So these are powerful people. That's number one. Number two is that immediately he starts to arrest certain people. Yoruba will start to count the number of Yoruba he has arrested. Igbo will say, Mbano. The Northerners will say, oh, we voted Muslim. Now he's attacking us. So all those primordial issues about people who have been bought off with money, powerful people, ethnic issues, religious issues, he has to be prepared to solve those. So now, of course, I will tell you that he too has friends, all kinds of friends. Okay? He's not a saint himself. He did not get to where he is without having friends among these people. So he has to make a judgment as to whether he is prepared to lose a lot of his friends, and he must for the sake of the country. Let me stop there for now.
On this note, I say thank you very much, Professor Bolaja Aluko. I also thank Barrister Frank Ketia and my first guest, Dr. Franco Yunusa, who have made my presentation quite lively and interesting. It seems one or two persons have questioned, but unfortunately my time is spent. We hope that another opportunity will fall when we have another lively discussion and we will have opportunity to please hear your views. In the meantime, may I remind us that diaspora digital media is interested in what is happening in Nigeria and in the
February
diaspora.
25th electoral cycle
That
translates
means
into
that
24
if
years
you
of
are in
uninterrupted
diaspora,
electoral
we
cycle,
want to know
the
how you are
longest in the history
surviving,
of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation.
what you are
In my own
doing,
opinion, I
and
would
how
like to say
you
that this election was
so
the most
that
anticipated
we
election in the history of
can
Nigeria. It came with lots of
harness your
optimism
thoughts in
amongst
form of a
local and
video
international
or even in
observers
form of an
that this
interview
election
so that
would come
we
with more
can
improvements than others.
air your view when opportunity calls. So
Hello
thank you very
everyone,
much. And
my
on this
name
note,
is Emmanuel
I hand
and
over
I
to
want to
my
share
next
my
co-host,
thoughts on what
Leslie
I
Jogo,
feel
who will
about
be
the
taking
Nigerian
off from
February
Buhari
25th,
Yakubu
2023
and the
presidential
masses.
election.
I
It is a
hereby sign
critical
off.
time for our nation and these are the issues that needs our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old.
Yeah.
All right, Ernest, you're welcome. I guess you're taking us on the next ride. Good evening. Good evening,
Yeah,
everyone.
good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good
All right.
evening. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can say good evening, sir, and good to have you on the show.
Yeah. Okay.
So far, it has been an interesting show. Our guests have spoken well. The discussion has been going smoothly, and in fact, a lot has been said about the February 25th, 2023 elections in Nigeria. This is the anniversary. But very importantly, in my opinion, I think we may be missing something. You know, just like we know it, every INEC chairman in this country is being appointed by somebody. Is a political appointment. I mean, before somebody becomes an INEC chairman, he gets appointed by the sitting president, in this case, Muhammadu Buhari. Now, so far, of course, blames have been shifted to Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, but then, little or nothing is being said by the man who appointed him and who also assured us in 2022 that promised the masses that the 2023 election is going to be free and fair. But unfortunately, during the election, President Muhammadu Buhari, ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, was the first person to commit the first blunder of that election by publicly displaying his vote before casting it. With me to discuss this is Mr. Paul Ejime, who is an international media and communication specialist, and also Comrade Viamoro Ulu, who is the Honorable Speaker of the international president of the Just Now International. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Vic, are you with us?
Thank you too. It's a pleasure being here.
Okay, thank you for coming. Now, like I said earlier, Muhammadu Buhari, nobody seems to be saying anything about him. He appointed or reappointed Professor Yakubu as the INEC chairman, and every blame seems to be shifting to Professor Yakubu. What is your take on Muhammadu Buhari's involvement in the whole electoral process, of course, as a sitting president at that time? Paul Ejima.
Thank you for having me. Well, I think you are cutting off a lot of things with so many assumptions or risks. You assume a lot of things, and then before we go into it, well, like you said, he was reappointed. Remember that he wasn't the one that appointed Professor Yakubu Mahmoud. But you are just singling out, you have just isolated. There were the Nigerian election of 25th of February, 2023, year today. There were so many, complicated factors to it. Just move back to the fact that there was so many, the expectation was very high. I think that was it. Why? Because INEC has come with some technological advancements, like the what the
use in registering voters and then making sure that everything is done electronically. And then there is IRES. That one was to support, according to INEC, it was to bring some credibility to make sure that voters follow the election results as they were being released. Okay, real time. But like I said, there were assumptions, there were, assurances that the Electoral Commission had given Nigerians. And before then, there was also the much delayed passage of the 2022 Electoral Act, amendments, which was, to amend the previous one. And one of it was, if one recalled, that it generated a lot of heat to the point that many politicians were not really, they were not enamored by it. They didn't like it. So they wanted manual kind of thing. They didn't want things to be done electronically, because that was the issue. And why? Because people thought that doing it the old way, like hand carrying of materials to the collation center, something will happen at the electoral unit. Before you get to the collation center, maybe there is a change. But INEC had assured Nigerians that there will be the uploading of results from polling units up to the INEC portal, IRES, where everybody can see it. So that was the challenge that the commission promised that they were going to do that. But on the day of the election, that way. And it took INEC some time to come out and say that there was a glitch in that uploading. Meanwhile, they remember that there was a Senate and a National Assembly election, election that also took place. While those two were able to be uploaded, only the presidential was not uploaded. And that raised some questions. As a communication person, my response, by the time I came up with this own response, was that there was the issue of crisis communication management. Nigerians, since they have been assured and that this was going to happen, if it didn't happen, that time lag that it took INEC before it came out to say there was a glitch, was enough for rumor mongers to go to the field. Those who have theories, what you call theories that whether false or true, were able to come out. And remember that we're also in the social media era where, news travel faster. So it was difficult for some people to believe that what INEC said. So there was trust issue. And that is what INEC has carried as a body that is responsible for the conduct and supervision of elections. Now, you now bring in the issue of the person who appointed or reappointed the INEC official. That is one area that the electoral law has not addressed. After every election from 1999, there have always been a post-mortem where commissions were set up to look at review what happened at every major election, presidential election, leading to the UA's commission and, all of it. And some of them have suggested the fact that the appointment of electoral officers or commissioners, particularly the head, should not be should not be done by it can be done by the presidency, but let there be some external involvement, independent panel to vet all the applications like it's done in a place like Ghana and other places where people will apply and then candidates will be screened and then before the appointment. But here, in the case of, as we have it in the law is still that the presidency has a lot, like in many places. Nigeria's presidential system gives too much powers to the president. And that is one area, that is one of them. So unless and until you change the law, that is, nothing has changed in that area. So the issue of appointment and then the loyalty of the person who has been appointed will continue to remain a question, because of the way it is. But if it changes, then there will be some changes. And then, so what has happened? You say that people are now blaming only the INEC chairman, but nothing is being said about the man who appointed him. Well, I think that is how people see politics in Nigeria. One can tell you that the political class, the politicians, political actors are the major problem of politics in Nigeria. And then of election. Election is just one aspect of what do you call it, the democratic practice. But it does not equate to good government, but at least it's a pillar because it offers voters the opportunity to change their leaders, once maybe every 4 years in the case of Nigeria. But it is the attitude and the disposition of politicians that is actually the main problem why Nigeria cannot get credible election. Yes, INEC must have has its fault in not delivering what it had promised Nigerians, but I can tell you that the major culprit here are the politicians, starting with the presidency, the one who makes the appointment, and then the politicians, the way they conduct themselves. So and I agree with some scholars who have said that if a sitting government does not want a change in government, there is little anybody can do about it because they have the instrument of power. They can coerce, they can pressure, and they can do a lot, and there is still a lot of pressure. And there are those resident electoral commissioners. Remember recently, some of them, a set of them were appointed. The civil society came out to complain, but nothing happened. Those politically influenced individuals tend to play the part of those who find them there, and then at the expense of credible election. Let me stop here and then give others the time.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Mr. Pam?
Right here, sir.
Okay. Do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to maybe still ask Ejime or probably Vic Morrow their perspective. And the question is very straightforward. In what ways has the power of incumbency, which is Buhari, played in particularly the 2023 presidential elections, the outcome of the election?
Let Vic Morrow take that. Moro,
Hello, Mr.
Yes, a very good evening to every one of you from Abuja. I don't know if you are hearing me. I have network issues here. Is the house hearing me?
We can hear you clearly, sir.
Okay. I sincerely salute the organizers of this important meeting. We are colleagues in this business of trying to fix this country, and it's a deep pleasure. And I want to say something a bit different from the conventional. Well, the topic offered that I'm taking on is Buhari, Yakubu, and the masses. The last caller made something here, and I want to start from that point. That when he said the missionaries is in the hands of the government, and there is nothing absolutely somebody can do. I beg to differ from that position, because fact remains. I am not disregarding your point, but you see, why we are gathered here is because we believe that something can come out of this situation, and that is why we have to continue in this business. I would like to say something here, but as I'm talking, I just want to be sure the house is hearing me, so I don't speak to myself. I have issues of network here. Sorry once again, is the house hearing me?
Yes, you are very audible, sir.
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, this is a point. I have a belief, I have a belief system here, and it is anchored in the point that the powers of the people will remain greater than the people in power. That is my belief. That's my driving force. That's my guiding principle, and I stick to that to the end of the world. Now, as we speak, I want us to understand that if we do not have a mindset to change the future because of the condemnation of yesterday, then whatever I am doing and what we are doing amounts to nothing. Because this set of people we are talking about are reasoning anti-clockwise. While we are reasoning this way, they are going this other way. But I want you to understand that we have seen 99 in this part of the world. We are not afraid of 100. They have shown us how election is rigged. They have shown us all the shenanigans and everything. It is left for me and you to see that the damages and the combinations of yesterday is our driving force to fix the future and ensure that we save the political soul of 2027. If we do not anchor our mind and our understanding to make sure that as we are falling, we pick something from the ground, then it means that everything we are doing here is just an academic exercise. And I do not want to be part of academic exercise if the implementation is not put in place. They have shown us how to do the rigging. They have shown us everything, or rather how they do the rigging. I think what we should be doing is how we can ensure that everything going forward should be channeled on how we can save the political soul of 2027 from being rigged, from being mastermind. Let me tell us something. You mentioned about Yakubu here. Yakubu has no business as long as this matter is concerned. He that pays the piper, he takes the tune. We must first of all look at the institutionalization of electioneering process. Why is it that the Nigerian leaders are greater than the institution? Why wouldn't the election be rigged? Why wouldn't the day of election be postponed? Have you ever had that election in America and Europe and other places where most of you are postponed? No, because they have institutionalized that day. Just like as a Christian, the Bible says at the end of the 6th day, at the 7th day, the Lord rested. Which means it has been impressed on us to also work for 6 days and rest on the 7 days. It is a system, and we must find ourselves in that light. Let us also look at how we can make everything humanly possible to engage this institution, establish that understanding that the institution must remain greater than the people. If the institution is greater than the people, who the hell is Yakubu to run the biddings of the president? It's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. We're also looking at the topic that also incorporates the masses themselves. I want to beg you.
Oh, he complained earlier of poor connection. So the network there is poor. I hope you still have it.
Yeah, I think we lost him. I don't know whether we'll get him back. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. The network is so bad here. Hello?
Understandably.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I don't know whether others can.
Yes, we can hear, but it's like he has gone, the network has taken him out again.
Can you hear me? A very big apology. The network. I'm going to be brief. I just want to establish one point, some point here. Are we together? Sorry, sir. I keep apologizing for the poor network. So what we are saying is that I maintain the fact that the masses are a big problem to the electioneering process. I know how much I personally saved and I spent in sensitizing the people. And at the end of I need us to understand that election day is different from campaign. I am forced to understand that in reality, that election day is another set of its own, is another situation of its own. We campaign and sensitize the people, the masses, the same masses at the end of the day will go back and look at someone that is giving them a cup of rice, as if you have not eaten rice since the day your mother gave birth to you. And you ask yourself a question, what have you been doing all this while? Are you understanding me? We have idolized these people. The masses are the problem. They have idolized these people and made these people behave like a god. If a senator is in your street and nobody goes to his house and stand by the gate side, he will realize that he's a human being too. But by the time 10 people are queuing up every second and minute, the man mentally start behaving like a god. The sensitization is the problem remains with the masses. When the masses supposed to have, if Tinubu is saying that it is my turn, for him to say it is my turn, it means there is an understanding somewhere. It therefore implies that both the Labour Party and the PDP ought to have also looked internally and said that if this guy is really saying it's my turn, then let us go and see how we can hold the system to ransom. There's no way you hold a system to ransom that Yakubu will misbehave. But we were being entertained by the dramatic expression of Buhari. Blue, blah, 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 blue. Town hall with difference. And everybody were laughing, carried away. And the man was at the other side implementing his stuff. Remember, Adams Omoshomole was interviewed in the other situation, in the other dispensation. They asked him, Atiku is taking the lead. What is happening to your party? He said, I'm not interested. I want the result from the INEC chairman. Once the teacher gives you the result and declare you first, that is okay. Immediately Adams Oshorole make that statement. I told my colleagues that Buhari has taken over, has won this thing. As the system has been hijacked. For Adams Oshorole to say that I am not interested in who people are declaring, I want INEC to, I'm interested in the result. That was enough. Are you understanding me? And for Buhari, for Tinubu to say that it is my turn, and all is emphasizing is my turn. Whereas the masses were carried out by dramatic expression and a cup of a grain of gari, a grain of salt, and all of that, instead of them to look at how they can hold this situation, hold the system in ransom, were carried away by the dramatic expression. I am here to tell us, if we want this country to be saved, let us make sure that all energies is channeled towards how to make sure that the INEC is not hijacked. That is just it. Making sure that the INEC is not hijacked. And I'm telling you, we are going to raise the movement as soon as possible to let those that have interest for 2027 understand that going forward, as long as you are indicating interest to run for election, we must all put our lives in the forefront. We must put our lives in the forefront and make sure that the electioneering, the empires, the electoral empires, they should also see themselves as being both alive or dead. Making sure that we hold the system to ransom. We ensure that the INEC is not manipulated. Our energy should be channeled towards how INEC cannot be manipulated. If the system and the masses come together and rally around and say whoever is going to be conducting this election, your life is in danger. If you give Nigerians what they never bargained for, we are going to kill you, your family is going to go down, pay it with your dear life. I am telling you, no man born of a woman will take any money. I want to submit by saying that, please, while we are dissecting and analyzing and extrolling the anniversary, let it be that at the end of the day, we narrow our mind how we can make sure 2077 is not repeated. For any mistake that is constantly repeated, it amounts to all degree of stupidity to the highest order. God bless you. God bless the federal public. I remain honorable tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Vic Morrow, for that detailed, encouraging perspective. Yes, you did mention something about, Yakubu not really being the problem, but the problem being the people. And I think I'll push this to Paul Ejime. Yes, it's a democratic regime, power of the people, for the people, by the people. Do the people know that the power is actually theirs? And if not, why don't they know? Paul Ejime?
Yeah, big Pam Junior. Our friend Morrow, in trying to apportion blames, at one point he said the masses are the problem, and then if you solve the problem of the masses, then everything is solved. Meanwhile, he also made mention of what a former chairman of APC, former Governor Adams Oshomole, what he said, that he's not reckoning with anything other than what the INEC will, chairman or INEC itself, the result that they will produce. In other words, INEC is also powerful in this game. Meanwhile, he said masses are to blame, and then he also mentioned the fact that when the current president, when he was a candidate, he said it was his turn. And then he said, Moro said, for him to say that means that, he knows perhaps something that many people didn't know, that other parties ought to have gone in to make sure that they did something to whatever they could do to stop it. So, and that brings in also the complexity of politics, as we know, liberal democracy, and then the institution, he mentioned institution, and then personalities, people that are involved. Hence, this is your title, talks about Buhari, Yakubu in this case representing INEC, and then the masses. But I will say that, and then he said, we must be careful not to repeat, not to allow the mistake of 2023 to be repeated in 2027. I will say here that I agree with him that there has to be some transformation. There has to be attitudinal change. Hence, I was telling you that it is the exposition, the disposition, what the political class, what they bring. And political class in this case, it means the presidency, it means those in the National Assembly, it means all those that are politically exposed. And then you can also add the institutions, parliament, and then the judiciary. We have seen the role that the judiciary has continued to play, a very damaging role in some cases, with the kind of judgments that they are given. Some being based on technicalities, or some courts or courts of equal jurisdiction, giving different interpretations of on a given subject. And then you wonder, where does that lead us when we know that, or it is said that the courts or judiciary is the last hope of the common man. So this is a hybrid, this is the labyrinth of issues that we need to look at. And I will say, for us to, the masses cannot just move on to the streets. We are not in Roman era, where you go to the market square or the village square to take decisions. We have what we call the Constitution. We have electoral law that are drafted by the people, and then they play by that rule. What is happening is that first and foremost, many people have argued, including the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, Chief Afe Babalola, the foremost educationist and owner of one of the universities, and then Olisa Abakoba and others. The people have problem with the Constitution that is being run, is being operated. It is said, and that is true, it was handed down by the military. But most constitutions have the preface, "We the people." This one, there is no imprimatur of the "we" in what was given. It was a case of 1998, after the death of Abiola, and then what's his name, Abacha. The man that the mantle of leadership fell on, the former military ruler, Abdul Salami Abubakar, cobbled something that allowed him, that we now said is now our Constitution of 1999, that as amended, to run this, to run governance in Nigeria. And he was done within 8 months, the transition, for which he is being praised, of a military man handing over to civilians. That seems to be what we are doing. For people doing what they are supposed to do, they are rewarded in Africa and then in Nigeria. That is an abnormality. But let's face it, what we have as a ground norm, what should be, people should have what they have to define the modus, what they have to coexist, and that should be in the Constitution. The ethnic minorities in Nigeria, all of them are crying. Some of them are talking about marginalization. Some are talking about injustice. Some are talking about, domination. So this has to be addressed. The piecemeal constitutional amendment that the National Assembly is carrying out, apart from being too expensive, the last time I was hearing how much they were using, spending, I think they have done more than 24 billion on it. And it is a piecemeal thing today. It's not going to wash. There has to be, let there be convocation of a national constituent assembly. I know those in parliament today will tell you we have a parliament, so we cannot outsource our responsibility. But if Nigeria means business, you will have to have a brand new constitution that will get all how you get the ethnic minorities, the interest groups, religious groups, and then all the pressure groups, the labor, civil society. Let them have representation to have and define and come out with a brand new. They may borrow from the constitutional reform of 2014 that President Buhari said he was not going to touch. But unless and until we do that, so that we define what is the role of the president, what is the role of all the arms of government, and then also devolve power to the states. The concentration of power in the presidency and the federal government is part of the problem that we have. When all these are done, I'm not saying that a good constitution can give you good governance, but at least that should be the starting point, so that everybody will know their role. And if you are not playing your role, you can be called out.
I'm afraid we have to pause here a bit. My question was, going by what Vic Morrow had said, that we have an issue of ignorance or something like that on the side of the people, because we have Mahmoud, which is the empire. We have Buhari, who was then the president incumbency, and we have the masses. Now, so far so good. We know democracy is for the people, by the people, and that the by means, like Vic Morrow said, the power actually belongs to the people. But the question is, do our people know that they have the right to actually make these changes, to put an effective government, instead of complaining about the governor, the presidency, and who appoints the INEC chairman or who the president? Do people know they have power? If not, what should they do?
Please, can I come in briefly?
Okay, yeah, before. Yes.
Please, I want us to appreciate something here.
Yeah.
You see, one of the things we must appreciate is that we are a developing democracy. And that tells us that all of these things is expected. And that is just the truth. I need us to understand one thing here, that whether you like it or not, we must continue to emphasize and take responsibility of failure. When you cease not to recognize that you have failed in a thing and you keep pretending, you are heading to unprecedented colossal damage.
Mm-hmm.
In Adamawa and Abia State, to be candid, to be briefed, we all witnessed how the people stood up in Adamawa and said, to hell with you. This is who we voted for. They manipulated this thing, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They manipulated it. But when the people rose and they said, this is what we want. Life, dead, this is what we want. I tell you, the system had no choice but to allow peace be. You came back to Abia State. They manipulated to bribe the commissioner, the INEC commissioner. The lady says, no money can change this business. I'm going to declare who they want. Why? Because the people stood their ground. The day we rise up to say enough is enough, the system would align. There is nothing, whether there is constitutional amendment or there is no constitutional amendment, the conscience amendment is the supremacy of life. The Bible says, and when the people gather to build for themselves an empire to go to heaven and see what is happening, Bible says they move, they have one mind. If God have to look at it and say, what are these people up to? Let us come up with languages to destroy, to stop this war. The emphasis is can convince the mentality of the people is so nice. But we must continue to sensitize the people and make them understand that the Commonwealth belongs to us. And I'm begging us, please, let us channel all our energy to let the people understand that these people do not mean well. Let us save our future. Constitutional amendment without mentality is amounting to nothing. The man is telling you that it is my turn. We're supposed to have gone in. Obedient were busy going on the Zoom and the internet. Then Atiku people were busy doing this. Meanwhile, systematically and strategically, the people of Tinubu were looking at how to control the machinery that would deliver the result. I am begging us to please. The Bible says, be wise as a serpent and harmless like dove. Let us now be wise as the people of Tinubu to make sure that there is no way they will manipulate. And that is just what I want us to understand. God bless us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vic Morrow. We would like to take reactions from, I see some hands up. Let's take first from Martin Igbe. Martin Igbe,
Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Egbe Martins. I've been listening to so many of the conversations in this discourse, and I agree with most of them, but most of them I don't agree with. The Nigerian people, yes, they ought to have had the power in their hands, but the Nigerian people have been beaten down so low that they don't even have any power anymore. They only assure them that they have power. Well, let me speak to, excuse me, the topic of INEC and Muhammadu Buhari and the rest of them. What is going on in Nigeria for the past few years is not election. What they do is selection. Until we understand that there is no election in Nigeria, what they have there is selection. They decide on who they want to select. And until they, excuse me, we start to hold people accountable in that country, nothing will change. The same Muhammadu Buhari on national television, you can Google it, it's out there, said that someone had amassed 200 billion naira for the election. That's the president speaking, probably from his security agents. If Buhari knows who has 200 billion in his house for election, if he had the interest of Nigeria at heart, what to do is break into that fortress, bring out 200 billion naira, which I know is a lot of money, even if it's in 5,000 naira bills. Call the international press. I tell you, whoever is running for that election will run undercover, and he will be persecuted for keeping such a huge amount of money in his house. But they are not going to do it because they are all the same. I keep going back to Babangida, who messed up the democracy in Nigeria, and nobody's calling his name. After he canceled 3 elections that the Nigerian elites were involved in, on the 4th election, they didn't know whether he was going to cancel it or not. And most of them have already spent all their money. So what did they do? They didn't participate in the election. Then the thugs and the thieves took over power. And if anybody thinks these thieves are going to give up that power on a platter of spaghetti or amala or whatever, you are joking. It has to be wrestled out of their hands. Tinubu is not going to change anything, I promise you that. Because it favors him. The same thing with the governors. The only thing I have for the Nigerian masses is this, like the last speaker said, sensitization. If we on our own can go to your own community and let them know how powerful they are. I don't say don't take the money on, because their money they are giving you is your money. It's not government money. So please, let's sensitize these downtrodden Nigerians and let them know what their rights are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Egbe Martins. Can we hear from James? Odeyaba James. Your hand is up. Odeyaba James.
Thank you, my people. Thank you. Good evening. Please, my view in this democracy is that there is no how this country gonna be okay without a perfect simulation in which the president have ensure that the dividends on which they dispose to those states and local government to be able to reach those people, I mean the suffering people in the state. Let's take a look at Anambra State now, for instance. There are some billions of naira. There are some billions of naira, about 16 billion naira they disposed to Anambra State based on federal level, of which our government, Professor Charles Soludo, could give like a bit. So with this, I don't know. I don't see our future. You know, why people select the party they vote, they select people they vote in, whereby we have capacity personnel that's supposed to handle the affairs running in the state. So this is the major problem we have. Is not here, is not down in the Imo, is not only in the east, all over the nation. So if the president can ensure that the dividends that they dispose from that federal level to be able to reach local government, I believe things will move well in our country. Secondary, down here in Anambra State, our governor couldn't even host local government election up till now. So these are the promises they fail. Why people out there are confused daily on a daily basis. They are even tired of all this in government. So I urge our president, Mr. President, with due respect, if you can ensure that all these things are. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, James, for that. Okay, quickly before our guests take reactions to those comments, I would like for Francis Nekwe to please.
Yes, Francis Nekwe, yes.
Okay,
Good
sorry,
evening.
Francis Nekwe, yeah, quickly.
Good evening. Just like you said, my name is Francis Nekwe. I want to contribute to the last speaker's question, asking about how aware are the people about having the power. I want to say to that effect that we need continuous voter education. Very important. The Bible said that my people perish because they lack knowledge. People, they lack knowledge about voting, the processes, how to prevent your ballot from being stolen and all of that. Because the last election, 2023, we had an experience in my locality. I may not be able to share it now because of your time. So we need for the INEC to continue to sensitize people. I know that there is an arm of the INEC that is in charge of voter education, in as much as we know they are not doing what they ought to be doing. They should go on. It's not until the election is close by that we do one shenanigan kind of a thing in the name of sensitizing the people. They should go on. It should be a continuous process because election is almost all the time. If there's no one by-election, there will be one inconclusive election to be concluded and all of that. There will be general election. There will be some states like Anambra State, our state, is not doesn't have the same election calendar with other places, and so many of them like that. So to that effect, all we need that we correct the mindset of the people, because just like one speaker said, the democracy was destroyed by one man, and because of that, the elites left it for the thugs, for the rogues, for the criminals. People need to be reoriented so that they will come into politics. People that doesn't have bitterness at heart, they will come into politics and know that politics is not a matter of do or die. It's not a thing that when you are doing it, you're killing the other person, you're maiming the other person. No, it should be something that we do with the spirit of sportsmanship, spirit of love. And if there's no love in whatever thing we are doing, my brother, we're going to crumble. So that is to that effect. Another thing again, one of the speakers mentioned marginalization of the minorities. I want to come in. The Igbo nation is not a minority nation in Nigeria. We are one of the third largest nations in this nation, in this country, Nigeria, but we are being marginalized. Quote me anywhere. For me as an Igbo person, if I want to travel outside of Nigeria now, I must either go to Lagos to Kaduna or to Abuja? What happens to my state, Anambra? Why can I not travel from Anambra, from Oka? Why can't I travel from Owerri? Why can I not travel from Enugu? That's number one. No seaport that is working here. They are trying to collapse our economy by all means. Even with their state-sponsored terrorists in the southeast, they're trying to collapse southeastern states so that we will become poor. But I thank God. God is not man. They can never bring us down because we are God's own people. No matter how they try to do it, nothing is functioning in the southeast. If you want to open an industry in the southeast, they will say no. Take it to Lagos, take it to Ota, take it to Abuja. Otherwise, they will be fighting you. That's why they collapse so many industries in the east. They take it to Lagos, they take it to Abuja, and they are complaining that our people are all over the place. Let them give us an enabling playing ground like they give the other nations. I was listening to one man yesterday, and his video, he made hello? I'm trying to round up. In that man's video, I was listening to it yesterday. The man said, why are the Igbos seated in their own nation? This is a nation. You said we are all one Nigeria. Why can you not give me the privilege you gave to an Hausa person, the privilege you gave to a Yoruba person? Is between the north and the west. The southeast are not there. We're not mentioned. Once you call an Igbo person, it becomes a taboo. My dear, until we do the right things, Nigeria will keep being in where they are now, or even worse state than they are now. Let us open our eyes. Let us see the truth and call it truth. Let us see lies and call it lies. We have the chance of giving a good person the state of affairs to manage for us, but we chose something worse.
All right.
So
okay.
let us go with it.
We are almost exceeding the time for this segment. Okay, quickly, I would like our guests to react to what has been said so far. Paul Ejime, if you are still with us.
Yes. Okay. I've listened to some of the participants, and one thing it brings out, and this is back to why we should be bothered about what is holding us together. Every country has it, whether we like it or not. Some say it doesn't matter. We can't be running on autopilot. We need something that will define our coexistence, and that is the Constitution. For now, Nigeria is being run not as a country, but just a country, but not a nation, because there is no that sense of belonging. We don't have, not many people are not, their allegiance is not to Nigeria. It is to their religion or their ethnic group, okay, or their political party. That is not how it should be. I think Nigeria will have to move us from country to nation, where it is the Constitution that will now define how we will be governed. And if there is any, infraction or bad behavior, we make sure that it is punished. I agree that there is a need for more voter education, in fact, political education, for everybody to know their rights and their, responsibilities. We tend to, every time it's about the right. But right goes with responsibility. How many Nigerians know that they have to pay tax? How many Nigerians, some will tell you where they are not paying because they cannot see what the government is doing. But it's the same masses that are the ones that are used every 4 years to legitimize this the aspiration of the political class. I have said they are part of the problem. When they don't want you to win an election, there's nothing you can do. Look at Imo State. You will not tell me that because they will deploy the instruments of states. The whole place will be militarized to make sure that they get the kind of result they want in an election. The people can shout and shout, there is nothing they can do about it. And even if they don't get it there, they will now they are doing it at the court. You know the expression, go to court. They are telling you go to court because they know they can buy decisions. So these are some of the things. When Nigeria was made up of regions, every region knew their rights. Money devoted. Look at now. What they do is that they share money to governors, the state governors, who decide who becomes local government chairman or local councillors. That is what is happening. Because we concentrate on the center. What about the states? There is no local government in functioning. All they do is to share what the governor allows them to share. You hear some governors saying that they were the ones that paid the deposit for everybody that was running an election. What does that tell you? We have a provision for security votes that allows governors to steal the resources of the state. This is in the Constitution. That needs to change. That's why I'm talking about part of the transformation that we need to see should be about how we govern ourselves. That ground norm to remove, for instance, remove immunity. If you are a governor and you have committed a crime, you can be tried. Look at some places where governors and former heads of state or anybody are being taken to and sent to jail. But here in Nigeria, you are given almost total immunity from prosecution. And then what is the need of this security vote that we're talking about? The same thing. And then the federal government carries some of the things that the state should be doing. And then state government is handling most of the things that the local government should be doing. And these are all in the Constitution. Until and unless we retry that, we cannot get anywhere. And then the fact that Nigerians have to see themselves as belonging to a nation, not a country, a geographical expression, where your ethnicity or your religion is what matters, instead of your identity as a Nigerian. It is the Nigerian, of course, you say, you are a Nigerian, but you are an Igbo, yes, you are an Hausa, a Yoruba, before you become a Nigerian. But you cannot substitute that. All of them are supposed to, one will dovetail to the other. So my brothers and sisters, let us, unless we get it right. Otherwise, if the 2027 election is also allowed to run on this same constitution that we have, I can assure you that nothing will change. In spite of all the political education that we may have, or in spite of the knowledge of the power that the voters have. Somebody has said that those who determine the results of election are not the voters, but those who count the ballot. Have we had that? What does that say? It says that those who have the power, and that is the state, that is the president, that is the legislature, that is the judiciary. These are the politicians. They are the ones that count the vote. They are the ones that determine who wins, not the people who vote. Because they have weaponized illiteracy, they have weaponized poverty to the detriment of the people. So until they change their behavior, the politicians, until they have to change their mindset, that politics is not a do or die affair. And then for the people themselves to also realize that the rights they are giving them at the during campaign, or how much the money they are collecting belongs to them. It's from their. It's like somebody has stolen money from you or some property, and then they are giving it back to you, and then you are clapping. You want to make yourself available as a thug to be killed when the man, they have taken his own family and his children abroad. So this will be my contribution. Let us address the issue of the Constitution. Let the politicians change their mindset. Let there be a political education for voters to recognize that they have a role to play. But the greatest culprits in all of this our politicians. I rest my case.
Thank you, Olejime, for that. We still have Comrade Vigmoro with us, I'm sure. Yes. Vigmoro, are you still with us, sir? Okay.
I am very much here.
Yeah, just okay. Just a quick reaction, sir.
I am very much here.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I am not going. I am not here to challenge anybody. Please let us get that point. But with my 2 decades in this work and with the reality of 25th February 2023, I stand to disagree with my big friend that just spoke that everything is on the politician. Who gave you the power to become the politician? Is it not the masses? I need us to appreciate one fact, that you cannot count 2 if you don't count 1. You cannot count 3 if you don't count 2. It must be systemic. We are failing to understand one thing here, that everything begins and ends with the mindset. The politicians are product of the masses.
Okay, we seem to have lost him there. All right. Okay. Why we get it back? I would like Mr.
The politicians
okay,
are
he's back.
the product of the masses. The people just need to appreciate the fact that they have failed. I need the people to understand. I need us to understand that collectively and otherwise, we are the ones that have made these people to become a demigod. And the day we cease to make them realize, become that demigods, they will align. The people are the reason why a senator will feel as if he's in charge of your life, because he's giving.
All right. So we need to round up quickly because we are taking into the time of the next segment. But before that, I see Ugonweke hand is up. We'll quickly take your views and that of David Bolaji. Quickly, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ugochukwu, and I'm one of the members of the BOT, COPDEP BOT, and a consultant in social work, specialist in child protection and family safeguarding. Obviously, I came in late to this particular segment. I was meant to be here on time, but of course, I've got other things that I needed to address before coming in, so apologies for that. Since I came in about half an hour ago or thereabout, I've been listening to various contributions, and our 2 guest speakers have actually enriched this conversation by having somewhat divergent views about what is going on and what solutions we should prefer. But I would like to actually stand on the contributions made by Victor Moro. And one of the things that he has said that resonates with me strongly is the reactions and the reactions of members of the state of Adamawa and that of Imo State in relation to their governorship election. We all are aware how Hope Uzodinma, the current governor of Imo State, came to power. My understanding was that he was the 3rd person in position in the election that brought him effectively to the court to power. But when that happened, nobody in Imo State reacted. We don't have the current or the 2024 governorship election in Imo State. Again, that was strongly manipulated, and results were written and announced in places where there were literally nobody. And what happened? The masses didn't react. However, contrast that with what happened in Adamawa State, where the masses stood their ground and said that actually this person that was announced by the court or by the judge was not the person we voted for. What happened? The system buckled and they gave in. What happened in Kano State, where they attempted 3 times to remove the elected governor from the party? I've forgotten the name of the party. What happened? The masses revolted, and in the end, the system had to give in. My point is that I think I would agree with the contribution made that the masses, the Nigerian populace, is the problem. The power actually belongs to the masses. However, what has happened over the years is that the masses have been indoctrinated and made to feel that they are not worth it, that they don't have the power. And how was this achieved? Through religious division, through tribalism, through poverty. These 3 arms of derogation is what the politicians have used to limit the powers of the masses. Now, we all know what the role religion is playing in Nigeria. You're a Muslim, you're a Christian, and why would we have Muslim ticket? Why wouldn't there be a Christian? All sort of narratives. And then the tribal issue is one of the major fundamental faults that Nigeria has. Why do we not have a nation state? Why do I have to state where I come from? Why does anyone have to say, well, this person is my person because he is from my region or my tribe, he is the right person to rule. And whatever happens, even though the other candidate is clearly a better candidate than the person from my region, I feel because from my region, therefore, I have to vote for him. And then poverty, it being one of the major issues in Nigeria currently, is actually being utilized by the politicians to control the masses. Look at what's happening. People are queuing up for a bag of rice of 5 kilograms. How much is rice? 5 kilogram rice. Poverty, hunger has been weaponized to put the people down. So my point in all of this is that Nigerian masses, the ball is in their court. You have to respond to the current situation. If you allow the politicians, if you think that in 4 years' time, that things will change, my dear, sorry, nothing is going to change. You are the one that has the power in your hand. You need to emulate what happened in Adamawa State, in Kano State. One of the things that I want to highlight here is the issue of fear. Fear has actually the fear of death. People are scared to death, even though they are alive. So when people want to revolt over what belongs to them or their rights, they're scared of being killed. Somebody has to sacrifice. We know about, if you put in the history of how the American independence happened, a number of people, 12 people sacrificed their lives. And they say, look, let it be. If we die, we die. We perish. What we want is an independence from the United Kingdom. And they signed the Declaration of Independence. What happened? They survived it. So why can't Nigeria take leave from those kind of movements? Why can't Nigeria take leave from what happened in Sri Lanka in the Arab Spring? Why can't Nigerians take leave? The reason is because people are so scared of death. And if you're scared of death, I'm sorry, you will not be able to conquer your fear. So I submit here my point in conclusion is that the masses, regardless of what Buhari did or Yakubu did, the power belongs to the masses. Until the masses rise up and take what belongs to them, we'll be going around this circle. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that. In fact, I wish we can take more reactions. Eating so much into the time of other program. And coming up next will be the DGM video competition presentation. But by and large, this has been a very interesting discussion. In fact, I wish sentiment can be taken away from how the populace view Nigeria's situation. But then we'll keep our fingers crossed. It's been nice having everyone here on this segment of the show, and I'll allow the next one to take place.
The February 25th electoral cycle translates into 24 years of uninterrupted electoral cycle, the longest in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism and expectation. In my own opinion, I would like to say that this election was the most anticipated election in the history of Nigeria. It came with lots of optimism amongst local and international observers that this election would come with more improvements than others.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I want to share my thoughts on what I feel about the Nigerian February 25th, 2023 presidential election. It is a critical time for our nation and these are the issues that need our attention. Firstly, most of the contestants in the elections are too old. We have contenders who are 70 and 72 years old respectively.
Hello, good day. My name is Dennis Ezechukwu Godwin. Now, following the outcome of the election, I would say that Nigeria still have a very long way to go in election matters.
To be sincere with ourselves, February 25th every year supposed to be an anniversary for this Nigeria. Every Nigerian knows say na February 25th, 2023, na him our big men for this country carry their lie, deceit and open thief, take so smelly clothes, wear them without shame. They waka for our country reach today.
Today, I'm going to share my thoughts with you about the Nigerian 25th February 2023 presidential election. The former president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, and the National INEC chairman promised us Nigerians a good, incredible, transparent, free and fair election, which turned out to be our worst nightmare.
I'll be exploring the three prominent candidates, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Obedient of the Labour Party, Bola Ahmed Asiwaju Tinubu, Batified of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Articulated of the People's Democratic Party.
So what's an election? An election is a formal process where people choose individuals to hold public offices or decide on specific issues. And we're not going to be looking at the aspect of deciding on specific issues or making decision. I'm going to be looking at the aspect of choosing individuals to hold public offices. Not talk about election. Eligible citizens, I'm not Nigeria, citizens from 18 years and above are the ones that are eligible to vote their representative.
It was an election that was so greatly anticipated by an average Nigerian with so much energy and hope that it's going to be the only vital avenue for salvaging the situation of the nation.
Our president, they say there is nothing I can do.
Oh.
So there is nothing I can say. I will carry on. If I be close my eyes, myself for Canada, I can collect more. I don't come back. This country knows.
Two things were unprecedented about the 2023 general elections. First was the stout political rallies held by Nigerians across Nigeria even before electioneering campaigns kicked off. Second was the use of beavers. Nigerians were given repeated assurances that beavers would not falter, that beavers would work. Unfortunately, all these were rendered completely useless when the electoral body intentionally refused or failed to transmit results online.
This is the first DDM video competition. No glitches, no court cases, and definitely no human electoral empire. It is 100% transparent, free, fair, and credible. Why? Simple. because the videos with the highest engagement on DDM YouTube, DDM Twitter, or DDM Facebook will win 100,000 Naira each. That means good news. You can still participate in the competition and win the 100,000 Naira. Just
Yeah, you're all welcome back. Oh, Kevin. Kevin, should I go on, or do you have something?
Please go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I would like to sincerely thank our guests and our contributors. It has really been a very Telethon, a very interesting and insightful one at that. But it wouldn't be complete if we don't make some people happy. So with regards to our video competition that has been ongoing for some time now, we have our winners. It has been a very competitive